thinking, time for thinking ahead. The world has changed so very much from what it used to be. There is so much hatred, war and poverty. Oh yeah, yeah.
Wake up all the teachers, time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say. 'Cause they're the ones who's coming up and the world is in their hands. When you teach the children, teach them the very best you can. Oh yeah,
The world won't get no better if we just let it be.
oh no,
The world won't get no better. We gotta change again, just you and me. Wake up all the doctors, make the old people well. They're the ones who suffer and who catch all the
catch
hell.
all the
They don't
hell.
have so very long before their judgment day. So won't you make them happy before they pass away? Oh yeah.
Wake up all the builders, time to build a new land. I know we can do it if we all lend a hand. The only thing we have to do is put it in our minds. Surely things will work out, 'cause they do every time.
Yeah. The world won't get no better if we just let it be. Oh, the world won't get no better. We gotta change it, yeah, just you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the God Hour. Good morning. You got to give the people time. Give people what they want. Well. Don't you know you got to give the people what they want. Well, I done been all over the world, and everybody feels the same. It's a unanimous decision. I said we're ready for change. Yeah, don't you know you give the people, give it up, give people what they want. Well, don't you know you just ought to give the people, give people what they want. Well, it's about time for things to get better. We want the truth, and no more lies. We want freedom, justice, and equality. I want it for you, and I want it for me. You got to give the people, give it up, give people what they want. Don't you know, don't you know, you got to give the people, give it up, give people what they want. Give people what they want. Give people what? Give them what they want. Don't you know? Don't you know? Yeah. Give people what? Yeah. Give people what? Give people what? Give them what they want.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final morning of the 116th NAACP National Convention. Please welcome a member of the NAACP National Board of Directors, the President of the Tennessee State Conference, and the presiding officer for this morning, Ms. Gloria Sweetlove.
Good morning, NAACP family. It is wonderful to see your beautiful faces this morning. We've had a great time over this last 3 days, right? And we're gonna go back home with the fierce urgency of now and tell the folks we gotta do the work, right? We've been encouraged to speak truth to power and to learn and embrace the tools that are shaping and quickly shifting the tides of our economy and society at large. Now it's time to invest in our youth, in the sciences and technology, but also in arts and humanity. And now is the time to take back our stories and amplify the truth only we can tell before it's erased from history books and libraries of the country we have painstakingly built. You gotta tell your children and grandchildren and the nieces and nephews all about what it was really like. Now is the time to rethink, retool, and reignite the way we fight for justice across generations, across platforms, across movements. During today's panel, you will be challenged to think big, act boldly, and move together. So let's open our minds, raise our voices, and get to work. And before we begin, let us open this morning's session with a word of prayer. I'd like to welcome to the stage the Reverend Dr. Ralph M. McCormick, Senior Pastor of the 2nd Cavalry Baptist Church.
Good morning. This is the day the Lord has made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, we thank you now for another day. We thank you for the brand new mercies that we received when we woke up this morning. We recognize that you are God and that you are God all by yourself. And so we acknowledge you on this morning and we give you praise. I pray now, God, that you would continue to bless each of us, that you will provide for us everything that we need. We know that you have been with us in the past, and we are for certain that you will be with us in the future. We thank you for how you've kept us and how you've guided us and how you have protected us. We thank you for your strength and for your courage in years gone by. And we pray now, God, that in these present times, you would show up again. We ask that you would give us strength, that you would give us courage, that we will stand where we need to stand, do what we need to do, and God, give you glory for every moment. We thank you for your strength. We thank you for the courage. We thank you for the gathering. I pray now that you would allow each of us to do our part so that we may exemplify you and that we would give you glory. So have your way in this, our session. I pray that when we leave this place, we will leave the better, recognizing there is a task at hand, recognizing that we shall not be forgotten, nor shall we be erased. And it is by your grace, your power, and your strength that everything you have ordained shall come to pass. It is in the matchless name of Jesus the Christ that we pray. And let every believer say amen. Amen.
At this time, please welcome September Hill and Logan Coles to introduce the Cinematic Short Film Competition powered by Adobe.
Good morning, y'all. All right, come on. I need like y'all had your coffee good mornings. Good morning. All right, amen. I'm Logan Coles. I'm the executive producer of the NAACP Cinematic Short Film Competition powered by Adobe.
And I'm September Hill, the Senior Program Manager for Advocacy and Outreach for the NAACP Hollywood Bureau. Together, we are presenting this year's filmmakers for the NAACP Cinematic Short Film Competition.
Okay, so over the past 5 days, we had 6 young and very, very talented filmmakers working around the clock, shooting and editing a short film that is addressing issues of social justice.
In partnership with Adobe, the Cinematic Short Film Program continues to amplify creative voices that challenge injustice and reimagine possibilities, believing that storytelling is one of the greatest tools for change.
That's right. So I woke up this morning feeling blessed to be a storyteller and to share stories with you all. And we have these filmmakers that have been unleashed onto the streets of Charlotte, and they've produced these films in 5 days. I want you to remember that when you watch these films. They produce them in 5 days under real life experiences. It's really hard to make films, and it's really hard to do it in the real world, and they did it in 5 days. Very proud of them.
And of course, their efforts will be well rewarded. Each filmmaker in this year's cohort will receive an all-expense-paid trip to Los Angeles to attend the 57th NAACP Image Awards, where they will walk the red carpet and attend meetings with industry executives.
Now, on top of that, the 2 winning filmmakers will each be awarded a $10,000 budget to produce a short film in partnership with the NAACP Hollywood Bureau and NAACP Plus Studios. Give it up for that.
Now here's where you come in, and it's the fun part. After watching the films this morning, you, the audience, will get an opportunity to vote for your favorite.
All right, y'all ready? All right, without further ado, this year's short films.
"17 missed calls.
Hi.
Missed calls.
Hi, Amelia. I'm just calling to ask you again to please reconsider. You know how much that house meant to your grandmother. Think of the family.
Hi, Mimi. It's me, Richard, from Dixon Realty. If you could just go ahead and sign the transfer sale docs for me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Hi.
Morning, ma'am. Is Miss Mary Ann in?
Oh, I'm sorry. She's not here right now. I'm Mimi. I'm her granddaughter.
I'm Solomon. Miss Mary Ann used to tutor me for English.
Really?
Yeah, can't forget. I finished this one. It was great.
Oh, wow.
She said I could pick up the next one she set aside for me. What's it called? Their eyes are watching God, I think?
Let me check.
Thanks.
Found it. Solomon? Solomon? Hello? Hey? Hello?
Is that little Amelia Ann? I haven't seen you since you were a youngin'.
Wait, Miss Ethel.
The one and only. So now, you still one of them fancy makeup people from up north?
Yes, ma'am, I am still a makeup artist.
Could have fooled me. Oh, but that's great, you know. I reckon things have changed around town since. You know, they used to call it beautifying the community. Oh, but to me, it's more like bleaching the block, paving the way to get us out of here.
I feel so guilty for being gone for so long.
Oh, I get it. There wasn't enough resources for your art here, but the community is here to support you. You know, I used to live across the street most of my life. Yeah, till me and hubby found out we just couldn't afford to stay there anymore. So I just come in and check on Mary Ann. Oh, which reminds me, I need to borrow some hibiscus syrup.
Oh, let me check the kitchen.
Okay. You know, with all this development, there ain't a grocery store nowhere.
Miss Ethel? What is going on? Excuse me? Excuse me? Hi. I'm Mimi.
I'm sorry about the racket. I was replacing your grandmother's mailbox for her. Is she in?
Oh, no.
No worries. Anything for Mary Ann. Doing odd jobs for your grandmother for cheap, it helped keep the lights on.
What do I owe you?
Oh, no money, ma'am. But if there's any more of Miss Mary Ann's hibiscus lemonade, I would love a cup before I leave.
Here we are.
Hey, Amelia Ann. This is your grandma. Just calling and thinking about you. All right, now, give me a call when you get a chance. I miss you. Don't forget, Grandma loves you a whole bunch. Love you to stitches.
You're obviously brilliant. Here at Pathos, it'd be amiss for us to not let you in on our team.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And if you could just sign on that bottom line there.
I'm sorry, but why does it say I need to surrender my biodata?
Yeah. It's protocol.
Sorry. It's very common here. Completely out of my hands, though. It's simply to diversify the company's generative AI and database. You know, in this industry, it's an asset to be autonomous in that way.
Yeah, but
Competitive.
it's the verbiage, though.
We all do it, though.
It says surrender.
Trust me, you have nothing to worry about, Mr. Foster. Why don't you take some time, think it over, let's say 24 hours?
No. Listen, I'm telling you, we only have like 5 black people away from our quota. Go bite. Yeah. Then boom, software set, we get a raise. In Cancun first, right?
Hey, didn't want to throw you off your big day. Listen, Junior got denied for the financial aid. I didn't tell him yet. I don't even know how to break the news to him. So yeah, give me a call when you can. We'll have to figure something out. Oh, hope the interview went well. Proud of you. Oh, got you, see, don't we?
Shay.
Yeah, man. I'll try.
Yes, sir.
So with you, how you living? I just had an interview with Pathos.
Pathos?
Like yeah.
Pathos? That's crazy, bro. They tech is off the chain.
Doing big things, doing anything. Anyway, I actually seen this video about it. Look, watch this joint. Anyway, it was funny, man.
How about you get a job, unit? Hey, you got any chicken and watermelon, boy?
AI getting crazy.
That's wild. This is gonna be you.
AI right there. AI getting crazy.
I care about what you think. Otherwise, I just keep that to myself and just sign it. Don't even talk to you about it, right?
And that's what a union is to you. This is what the future looks like to you. This is how are you going to protect everything that you've worked for? No, you don't know. No, there's no but, Che. Either you take a stand or we continue to be slaves. This is how they do it.
So you want me to pass up on a good job? Good money, good benefits, everything we talked about from day one. After you know I have people who depend on me.
Okay, but at what cost? In exchange for all your biodata, your thoughts, your whole makeup? Che, what happens when they take all that and don't need you?
Yo, Pops, what's going on?
Listen, Junior didn't get the financial aid.
Yeah, I know.
Good. Start then. You got your big new job. Can help out. Thank you. Really. You there?
Simon just called. Can I call you right back? All right. Okay. Bye. Love you. Yo.
I gotta be
I've got a feeling. I've got a feeling, brothers. I've got a feeling. Somebody sneaking in my house. More house. Hey, boy, look at you, man.
I just wanted to say thank you. In case I don't say it enough.
That's all you, all right? You earned it. You worked for it. It's yours. Always remember that, okay?
But nah, I mean, as fly as I am fly.
All right.
You're the inspiration, shit. 17 years now. You know, and I have big shoes to fill, but I get to have that problem. You paved the way, and I get to follow through. Thank you, bro.
Yeah. I love you.
I love you too.
Looks like it's gonna be one of those mornings. Got you.
Hello? Yes, this is Renee Welsh Noel. I'm calling Welsh Noel. I'm calling to check about the status of my disability application. I have lupus. I see Dr. Robert Lee. Well, yes, that's exactly why I'm calling. Dr. Lee gave me your information. It's been some years now. I filled out all the paperwork, yes. It was quite confusing. Well, I just want money for the basics, just food and rent and ideally a home health aide. Well, right now my mother is my primary caretaker. You can't expect her to take care of me forever. I mean, she's exhausted. We both are. It's been almost 4 years. I mean, my lawyer and I have provided everything that you need. I don't know what else you want us to do. Dr. Barker didn't treat me for almost a year because of my insurance. I don't see him anymore. I am with Dr. Lee, and Dr. Lee approved everything. And well, what else do you want me to do? I don't know what else you need me to do to prove that I'm disabled, that I need help. Hello? Hello? Beautiful. It's an angry one. Exactly.
What y'all think? All right, let's give it up for these talented filmmakers, y'all. Again, I want you guys to remember, they made these films in 5 days, right? It's hard enough to make films, period, but to make them in 5 days, it feels like a miracle. So I'm very proud of all of them. I want to introduce you to our incredibly talented filmmakers. The brilliant minds behind Bleached are Ralph Parker III and Carrie Garrett. Infinite was created by the talented Keyvon Edwin and Ariana Amor. And Borrowed Time was written and directed by the dynamic duo, Demi Anais and Makai Lee.
One last round of applause for these amazing filmmakers. They're all winners, all winners. Now it's time to vote for your favorite film. So, I know it's gonna be hard, but you can do it. Pull out your phones and text your choice for best short film using the codes on the screen now to cast your vote. They'll come up soon.
All right. So now remember, all of our filmmakers are coming to Los Angeles to attend the Image Awards because we believe they're all winners. They're all the future of cinema. So don't cry for them, all right? They're gonna be all right. But it's time to vote, y'all, okay? All right, so to vote for Bleached, you're gonna text short 1 to 20707. To vote for Infinite, you're gonna text short 2 to 20707. And to vote for Borrowed Time, you're gonna text short 3 to 20707.
So in case you missed it or want to see them again, the films are available for watching on the convention website. You have until 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today to help decide which film wins. And the winners will be announced tonight at the Evening of Excellence dinner.
All right, so take a good look at all of them and come up to them with your questions because they are all gonna be, they're the future of the cinema, and you're gonna see them at the NAACP Image Awards one day, collecting trophies, y'all. So give it up, give another round of applause for them. All right, once again, we want to thank our sponsor, Adobe. We want to thank you for joining in this storytelling event. And I'd like to close by saying we'll see you all tonight. Make sure you vote. God bless.
Please welcome Michael T. Turner, Chair of the Convention Planning Committee.
Delegates, are you still fired up? Are you still ready to go? Now it's time to ready to work. The city of Charlotte has been an amazing host to this year's convention, and we feel so thankful for the hospitality shown by us, by the local chapters, our vendors, and business partners throughout the planning and execution of this year's conference. Charlotte did not disappoint. Do you agree? Let's give it up again to the city of Charlotte. But next year, we're going to be back to our roots. From being the home of the very first NAACP National Convention in 1926 to returning exactly 100 years later, I am so happy to announce that the 117th National Convention for the NAACP will be held in Chicago, Illinois. The Windy City, home of the summertime chai. Oh, you know we're about to have some fun. Start your planning because we have already begun ours. In the meantime, here's a quick peek at what we have in store for Chicago.
Chicago, a city connected, not just by train lines or short lines, but by the drive to never settle. We talk less, dream bigger, and never stop pushing. We change the course of rivers and the course of history. When we build things, the world looks up. Across our 77 neighborhoods, there's a shared spirit to outwork and outplay. To bring you bold flavors, fresh sounds, and captivating experiences. So welcome to the greatest city in the world. Because in Chicago, we are never done. And we are never outdone.
Delegates, I am now honored to welcome to the stage the Deputy Mayor of Chicago, Kenya Mayor, with the Chicago delegation to share some remarks. Please join me in welcoming the Chicago delegation.
Good morning, NAACP family. What an incredible week it's been here in Charlotte. On behalf of Mayor Johnson and our entire Chicago delegation, I want to thank the NAACP, the Charlotte Host Committee, and the people of this beautiful city for your warm hospitality and the powerful spirit you've cultivated through this entire convention. It's truly an honor to join you all here today. But as we look ahead and officially pass the baton to Chicago, your host city for the 2026 NAACP National Convention, standing with me today are some of the leaders who will help make sure that next year's convention is unforgettable. We have Kristen Reynolds, our President and CEO of Choose Chicago, Loretta Clark, President and CEO of Metropolitan Pier and Exposition Authority, and she's going to show you a good time in her space, Rose Horcher and Eric Kincaid, Michelle Pondexter from the Choose Chicago team, Dominique Warren, Director of Federal Affairs, and a ton of our leaders from the Illinois and Chicago delegation. We're all here to ensure that you're going to have a successful convention next year. We are thrilled to welcome you to our great city to experience our world-class food, our arts, our entertainment, our architecture, but most importantly, we want to make sure that you visit our neighborhoods as well. Chicago, as you know, is more than just a destination. It's a movement, a city of neighborhoods, of history, of power, of progress. From Bronzeville to Austin, where I live, as well as our great mayor, Brandon Johnson, from Pullman to Inglewood, our communities are alive with the same spirit of resilience, justice, and excellence that defines this organization. We are a city that honors the legacy of Ida B. Wells, the brilliance of Harold Washington, and the courage of everyday people who demand better. Better for our people, better for ourselves, and that's the energy that we're bringing to 2026. We know that the NAACP doesn't just hold conventions, we chart the future. You organize, but most importantly, you activate. And in Chicago, you will find a city that shares your urgency, your boldness, and your unwavering commitment to equity and to justice. We can't wait to show you what Chicago has to offer. But more importantly, we're ready to walk alongside you as we push forward the movement. And we'll see you in the city of big shoulders, and we'll be ready. We have all of these people who have boots on the ground to welcome you. Thank you.
Coming to the stage, please welcome the Executive Director of the Mississippi State Conference NAACP and Principal of Payton Strategies, LLC, Mr. Charles Taylor.
Good morning, everyone. It is such a great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, NAACP President Derek Johnson. For the past 8 years, President Johnson has been a stalwart leader in this organization. From supporting Build Back Better Act to speaking at judicial hearings in front of Congress, to spearheading the launch of the NAACP Capital Fund just this year, which aims to make venture capital ecosystem more equitable and accessible for Black startups and entrepreneurs. President Johnson has been a true advocate for advancing Black communities, both locally and on a national level. And as of recently, for the last few weeks, has protected the dignity of this organization by making a historical announcement that we will not invite the sitting president of the United States to this convention for the first time in history. Despite backlash and even ridicule from trolls, naysayers, and the commander-in-chief himself, President Johnson did not back down. Now that is a sign of true leadership. He is also a leader who looks towards the future, providing us with the vision and motivation that we all need to take action now. And for generations to come, President Johnson is our leader. He is our fierce leader who understands the fierce urgency of now. So I would ask that we all rise. I want you to get on your feet as I introduce to you the President and Chief Executive Officer of our organization. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you President Derek Johnson. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning. You know, what a week this has been so far. Have you enjoyed the convention? You know, for me, it's been an interesting journey in this 1 week. But before I start to discuss my journey this week, I want to thank and honor the chair, the vice chair of this great association, and thank you for your ongoing partnership, leadership, and confidence. To the members of the National Board of Directors and our foundation board, all of our partners and sponsors and friends who are here today, thank you for supporting the NAACP. In this moment, we are gathering from across the country. Delegates from as far away as Alaska, all the way across the country to the tip of Florida. Individuals who give up of your time, of your talent, and your energy to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. And I can recall just 8 years ago when I was blessed and honored to take on this role. And I used that verse in the Old Testament. Who will speak for those who cannot speak for themselves as my guiding light, as the foundation around the purpose by which we do this work. And for many of you, for most of you, for 99% of you, you do it out of the generosity of your heart because it's a volunteer position, a position oftentimes that's a thankless job. For some of you, it's a position where you leave your work position to go to work for free. And in most cases, you're going to work for free for individuals that don't always know to say thank you. For individuals who typically don't show up until they need something. For individuals who don't understand the sacrifice that you are making in your personal lives and your families. Fear's urgency of now is this year's theme. And I want to thank our staff who have heeded the call in this moment. You can give them a hand. I also want to thank my wife who left with me on Sunday and she didn't return, but encouraged me to come back to make sure things were in order at home for 30 years of commitment, dedication. There's nothing like having a life partner that you can go home to or travel with or receive a call from to tell you what you need to do, how soon you need to get it done. If you don't get it done, there will be consequences. And I can tell you I received that call this morning because there was a conspiracy between her and some of my staff because they were worried about me overexerting myself in this moment, doing too much, as she would say. And it occurred to me after I received a call from Denise Carroll after talking to Iris, and then she called, I say, they in a conspiracy. But to make sure I wasn't crazy, I called the chair. I said, well, they trying to say maybe I should not give a speech. I just kind of come out and say hello and sit down. But I think the fierce urgency of now require a word to this delegation. Personally, many of us have not registered what the legislation that was adopted last week really is going to have and really what it's going to mean to us individually. And it hit me on Sunday when I was leaving from the worship service and John P. Key did it. Microphone working or not, he did it. And I was headed here to see our young people on the Axel stage. And it was between that moment I received a call that my mother was being rushed or needed to go to the emergency room, and I'm blessed to have a community in Mississippi that responded. And they got there and they began to do what was necessary, and my wife's classmate who lives around the corner got there quickly, and I got my classmate from Tougaloo College at HBCU on the call, who is my mother's cardiologist, got him on the phone, and we had 4 of us on the phone, and we was talking through what was needed, and he got his doctor, which is her doctor, which is my doctor, on the phone, and they began to talk, and all of us have something in common. We come from the same set of communities who ended up going to an HBCU. And it was decided that she needed to go to get an emergency room, and we jumped on the plane, and American Airlines, thank God, actually took off on time and landed on time for us to get to the emergency room. And the emergency doctor is Fred Clancy, who's also an HBCU graduate, and he's standing there. I'm like, Fred, what are you doing here? He said, I'm on duty. He said, is that your mother in there? I said, yes. He said, come over here right now. And I realized as I navigated that moment, that the policy in DC, once fully implemented, is going to affect me too. Because so many of us are looking at the moment, we're watching the news, we're seeing what's going on social media, we're listening to the banter go back and forward, but I don't think we have appreciated how the legislation is going to impact us individually. When you think about $900 billion being cut out of Medicaid, my mother is 80 years old, so of course she receives Medicaid, of course she receives Medicare, of course that ambulance ride to the hospital and the doctors that's going to provide for us. Fortunately, I know them, but they got to eat too. And it's going to hit a tipping point where there's going to be some mother or grandmother or person who needs to go to the emergency room and the doctor will not be there because there's no way to provide for the doctor to carry out the services. $350 billion cut out of education, which means that Dr. Mak Mohammed, her cardiologist, or Dr. Shakoni or Dr. Clancy probably would not be able to navigate through an HBCU because K through 12 is going to be severely hampered from developing the critical thinkers that we need to become the doctors. That for many of us, we went to the lunchroom and we had 3 lines. We had those who paid full lunch, reduced lunch, or free lunch. And with the cuts and SNAP benefits, there will be no reduced lunch or free lunch, and children will be going to schools with no lunch. The fierce urgency of now must force us to begin to recalibrate our thinking about what this current environment is creating for us and against us. We all grew up election after the election saying this is the most important election of our lifetime. And we all do what we can to try to get people to the polls, and we do it in a way in which we try to be cute with words or phrases or try to get our folks grounded into what happened in the past to move them to the polls. And in November of last year, we realized that cute words and reminiscent of history isn't enough anymore. That the strategies that we have used in the past won't work today. And in many cases, some of our partners have taken us for such granted that they've decided to use our block vote as a business model for their profit opportunity and never put the money in the Black community. Last year in November, I was in Philadelphia with Kathy Hicks, our branch president in Philadelphia. Dominic Whitehead and I, we were working really hard to turn out to vote. About 1:40, we get a call, PM, we get a call from one of the campaigns saying, hey, if Black turnout is low in North Philadelphia. I said, okay, why are you calling us? It's 1:40 on election day. And then I realized that the campaign, which had raised over $2 billion, had not invested in Black political turnout because they put some white boys to go to Black communities who never came to the communities. Therefore, North Philly turnout was low. Born and raised Detroit, Michigan. And I watched the early voter turnout in Detroit leading up because there is a percentage tipping point that's an indicator of how well the vote will turn out statewide, that if you tip over 49 to 53%, you increase the likelihood of the statewide election electing individuals who will be more interested in our needs. And it was trending like it was supposed to, only to learn on election day, they did invest to turn out black voters in Detroit. Let me put a pin there, because Detroit is a city, but Southeast Michigan is the region. If you lose Southeast Michigan, you lose the whole state. And so now down the street from where I grew up in a little community called Dearborn, people decided not to vote at all. Because they was upset around what was taking place with the Middle East conflict. And so we needed to over-index to make up for the deficit in that community in Dearborn, because in the midst of that, what was going on in the Middle East became so important to them that they lost sight that if the outcome turned out differently, what they was advocating for in the Middle East would be in worse condition than what it was at the time. In Wisconsin, we win or lose the state based on turnout in Milwaukee and in Racine and in Madison. And the same folks who showed up to say they're going to turn out to vote and invested in other people's for-profit margin, not put in our community, the turnout wasn't where it should be. There are no blue walls anymore. NAACP, we exist in the Southeast region. 54% of all black folks are in the former Confederate States. The lack of investing to turn out black vote has completely hampered our ability to prevent what just happened last week. That in the state of North Carolina, even though it has been shown and proven here that this can be a state that performs, they refuse to invest in our communities. And it's not just the political apparatus, it's the labor unions too. Because some of the unions who we are aligned with, they talk a good game and write a bad check to other people. The best investment, the return on investment, if you want a government that's for the people and by the people, is to invest in black people. Because 92% of us, we're going to vote the same way. And let me pause there again. We don't have time for us versus us paradigm. We don't have time that black men voted here and white women voted here. We don't have time for old people versus young people. We don't have time for gender fights. We don't have time, because the urgency of now is the reality that they are coming for all of us. We don't have time to play on someone else's platform when we have our own platform. And our platform is to ensure that equal protection under the law is afforded to everyone. Our platform is to ensure that self-determination is something that we can all subscribe to. Our platform is to make democracy work for all. Our platform is not aligned with political party A or political party B, because both parties are nothing but vehicles for agendas. Our platform is to create our agenda and drive the car to ensure we get the outcome. We don't have time for us versus us paradigms. The most important election of our lifetime is what we always heard. We always heard it was like the boy who cried wolf. You remember the story growing up, some of you in elementary school, they talk about the boy who cried wolf, and every time the wolf is coming, and people get prepared, and they ready, the wolf don't come. And again, the wolf is coming, people get paired, and they don't come, and you do it again, and fewer people stand up, do it again, fewer people stand up, and by the time he do it the final time, people didn't believe him anymore. And that's when the wolf came. And let me tell you, the wolf is here now. The wolf is here, and there's nothing we can do immediately about it other than prepare so we can defeat the wolf shortly. Let me be clear. 13% of the population which we represent, we are the canary in the coal mine. We are what's about to happen to the 87% of the nation who believed in the fallacy of othering. The fallacy of othering is white supremacy. It's a fallacy. The fallacy of othering is immigration reform. It's a fallacy. The fallacy of, immigration reform. If we run everybody out of this country, what y'all gonna eat? Who's picking the crops? When a hurricane comes and your roof is blown off, who's gonna put the roof back on? We need sensible immigration reform. We don't need to run out the workforce that's needed for the future, because at the end of the day, how many of you are raising your hands to go back to the cotton field? No, the basic principle of othering is you distract people here so you can pick their pockets over here. And as they distract people, starting on January 20th, say DEI, DEI. Can anyone give me a functional definition of the weaponized term DEI? It doesn't exist. From institution to institution, they change the name or the function of it. And what I figured out is DEI mean anything they don't like, therefore they call it DEI. It was like critical race theory. One morning people talk about critical race theory, and we still ain't figured out what the hell is critical race theory. It is a distraction game over here. And you can almost time it that when they are in trouble, by Thursday and Friday, they create a distraction over here. All the media runs over there as they continue to pick our pockets over here. The fear's urgency of now is a sobering reality that we must focus on how we leverage the next opportunity and not be distracted so we are exhausted when it's time for us to fight. The fear's urgency of now tells us we cannot let the little boy cry wolf. We need to chart out when the wolf is coming because we know it's coming. The reality is that some of us are going to be hurt over the next 18 months. Some of us are going to lose Medicaid and Medicare. Many of our children, we're going to see them to go without. They are shutting down Job Corps centers, and young people who came from homes and communities of trauma are left on the street with nowhere to go. But kids will be going to school with no meals. That Head Start is no more, and all the jobs that were created from that will go away. We talk about Prince George County being highest per capita. We are looking at the potential for foreclosure crisis because of loss of governmental jobs. The fierce urgency of now requires us not to chase the bells and whistles. And it was beautiful to see Charles Taylor on stage. Charles is a young man who grew up in Jackson, Mississippi. I love teasing his older sisters because I call them Little Charles because I don't know why. I just call them Little Charles because that's Big Charles. And Charles' mother raised him to care about other people. That he had a responsibility to speak for those who couldn't speak for themselves, that he had an obligation to do for those who were unable to do, that he had a responsibility not to go and do all the things for him, but go and do all the things for us. And I can recall Charles in 11th grade. One of my closest friends, Shambi Lambright, was over at ACLU, and I was over state NAACP, and they had a Civil Rights, Civil Liberties Club, and Charles reached out to Nashambi, and Nashambi went over there, and we met with the class, and he was the leader of the class, and so we had a bond referendum for education, and he was organizing the young people. He was the voice on the radio. That's in the 11th grade. Next year, another friend of his who on staff with us, Amber Thomas, was in high school in Merle, and they wouldn't do any Black History celebration. And so Amber organized the students and had a press conference and forced the district to have a Black History program. Now, this is a district, even at that time, was over 90% Black. There's three stories I just told that's embedded in all three, and I'm gonna unpack all three. Charles left to go to Morehouse. If you ever met a person from Morehouse, and they see another person in Morehouse, you gotta put them in a corner because they love to hug on each other. And what Morehouse continued to instill in Charles was a sense of responsibility, so he came back home and he began to build and work, and now he's the executive director for the NAACP. And what's fascinating about Charles, he's a student of history, and he is an example of we have made enough old mistakes that he can learn from because he got new mistakes to make. And the moral of that story is for our young people, don't turn your back on our elders. Because they've seen it before. You have too many new mistakes to make. Learn from their old mistakes so you know how to navigate in the moment. And as a result, Charles has been more effective than I was when I was state president, that his person who brought him in, Corey Wiggins, both of us combined. And we celebrate that. Because the movement is not about an individual, it's the continuity of the work. And if you are in branch leadership, cut it out. Work with our folks. Understand it's not about you. Recognize it's not about the speech. Appreciate it ain't your moment. And understand that it is all of us all the time, however we show up. Amber organized because that school didn't have a Black History program in a district that was over 90% Black. And we say, oh, I use that as an example because some of us are living in communities with policies and ordinances that have been adopted that are structural barriers, and we've done nothing to change it. We see it, we know it, and we sit on our laurels. Far too often, we just want to assume the position of the last person and do nothing to grow and perfect the position because we have not learned the true nature of the position that we are assuming. I use that as an example because a lot of people who are in this social justice space oftentimes think the movement is based on King's speech or a demonstration or the ability to have certain important meetings and not recognize that we have a responsibility to be critical thinkers and strategize on how we make a difference. And the third point in that piece of Charles and Amber is the realization that in the moment that they were being engaged, they were supported. And out of that support grew opportunity. And from that opportunity developed a sustained resistance around what's taking place. We are in a moment where we have to double down and begin to identify who else among us have creative thinking skills and willing to do things differently? How do we, in this moment when the federal policy is against us, begin to double down locally and recognize what could we be doing and how do we all enter the room together and figure out a path forward? Why are we voting at a percentage consistent with this nation when we should be outpacing this nation in voting because we recognize what is taking place? It was beyond distressing, that November election, because we knew what was about to happen. But we're here now. We're here now as a collective whole. And I will conclude with this, because I know I'm boring you to death. Dr. King spoke at a protest, a demonstration that A. Philip Randolph organized. A demonstration, a protest that Byron Rushton logistically pulled together. A demonstration of protest that Ella Baker identified young, energetic people to begin to put some energy in the moment. And they invited Dr. King to speak. And when he gave his address, it became the address that all of us remember. And in that address, he began to talk not about the dream, but the promise denied. And the promise that he was talking about is embedded in the Constitution. And he was responding to others in the social justice movement who was telling them not to go too fast. Take your time. We can't move this too soon. And he responded to say, we don't have any more time. That the fierce urgency of now, because this social contract applies to us too. This organization respects that document, that social contract. It's called the Constitution. This organization has existed for 116 years, defending and fighting for inclusion in that Constitution. This organization is not aligned with any political party, but we're aligned with the interests of people over profit. This organization recognized that the fight we're in isn't a fight of one election, but it has been a journey since 1932. And that journey was around the redefinition of government. When a president came into power and he began to recognize the right of workers to collectively bargain, we support that. He began to recognize that our environment should be protected. We support that. He began to recognize 25% of our population unemployed was unacceptable, so he expanded government to employ people so he could put people back to work. We respect that. He began to recognize that our food should be regulated, that our water should be clean, and he put together policies to implement. We support that. But in order to pay for that, the richest individuals on the globe had to pay their fair share in taxes. And he was successful in passing the legislation because some of the very people who was trying to oppress us in the South needed those same programs to survive. If you drove just 30 miles outside of Charlotte, there were no lights because the power companies will only provide electricity in Charlotte, but they won't go to the rural areas. So they created electric cooperatives so you can give people lights. That starvation wasn't a black issue or a white issue, it was a poor people's issue, so they provided food subsidies. That our elderly would get old and therefore they needed a safety net, so they created the Social Security program. that people could not buy shelter or home, so they created a system where you can borrow from the bank and it's federally backed to ensure an opportunity for home ownership. That's 1932 looking forward. But what happened in the South, they said, we want these programs, but we don't want them black folks to get those programs. And so for Social Security, they eliminated us out of that process and said only people who could get it were everybody except agricultural workers and domestic workers. Well, 80% of black folks at the time, we was agricultural and domestic workers. And for the home mortgage-backed loans, they says, well, we're gonna leave the decisions on who qualified not to local bankers and developers, and guess what they did? They wouldn't let us participate. That's where redlining come from. And then when they say, well, you know what? We're gonna provide federal funds for public education, say, great. If you send it to the state of the county, we're gonna allocate it where it should go. So for one for us, none for them. 2 for us, none for them. 5 for us, a penny for them. Because they didn't want the workforce to outgrow their wages. 1964, we fought, we won, and all of those programs now applies to us because the NAACP and Byron Rushton and A. Philip Randolph, we passed the Voting Rights Act of 64, the Civil Rights Act of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65, the Fair Housing Act, so those New Deal policies apply to us. And the same white folks in the South who still depend on those programs got mad. They got so mad that they voted in November to put in place a set of individuals who are going to take those programs from them. So they can give $4 trillion in tax breaks to the wealthiest corporations and individuals on the globe. The fight isn't about race, it's about money. They use race in our identity as a distraction so they can pick the pockets over here. The fierce urgency of now is not to get distracted on the race conversation and stay focused on the money conversation. Because it's the money conversation that's going to feed us. It's the money conversation that's going to provide the safety net. It's the money conversation that's going to ensure our elderly are taken care of. It's the money conversation. And so as you've come here from all across the country, you got an Amber in the midst of you who see the unjustness of a policy or ordinance. Don't push them aside, invite them in. And the Ambers that's in the room, don't go in the room think you know everything, because you don't. And if you set the table properly, the Ambers of the room can learn from the old mistakes, at the same time shed light on the new opportunities. That if you have a Charles in your community, grab that brother, bring them in. Because as you build out our institution we call the NAACP, we need more innovative ways, because the chicken dinners ain't gonna feed us forever. Innovative ways to raise the resources for the fight. And if you're the Charles in the room, don't think it's your money. Because it is for us in this journey that we're in. I will conclude with a story so many of you all heard me say in the past. Ships lost at sea. Booker T. Washington gave this at the Atlanta Fair. Ship lost at sea, stranded, people bored, starving, dying of thirst. And the captain had given up. The crew had given up. And everyone on there was trying to figure out what was going to be next. I'm going to assert this here. We are not a ship dying of sea in this moment. There will be some hard days. There will be some difficult moments. When the cuts set in, we're going to begin to see a lot of people scream out, ouch. But that ship drifted, and finally it's seen a friendly vessel. Dr. Brown, they flashed, SOS, SOS, dying of thirst. And that friendly vessel signaled back, cast down your buckets where you are. And the ship crew and the captain said they must have misunderstood what we were saying. SOS, SOS, signal again, starving to death, dying of thirst. And that friendly vessel signaled back, cast down your buckets where you are. And the significance of that for me is those individuals, the crew, they didn't know what they was casting the buckets into. The significance in this moment, if we lean into each other, if we stand with each other and not turn on each other, we don't have time for us versus us, and we cast our buckets together, what we draw up will be amazing. Because that stranded ship, when it drew those buckets up, it didn't realize it had drifted to the basin. And in the basin was the fresh water. And with the fresh water, they can quench their thirst. And once they quench their thirst, they can open up their minds. And when they open up their minds, they can strategize on how to proceed. Yes, we may feel like we are adrift. Yes, it may feel like it's harsh. I didn't turn my television on after the November election. I still don't want to see half of what's being broadcast. But I can't get so disillusioned to walk away from all the richness in this room and in our community, because we have what we need. NAACP, this is our time. This is our moment. This is our movement. And we need to seize upon it with the fierce urgency of now, because we are all we got and we will succeed. Peace and power.
And now, here's a special message from State Senator Candy Smith from the 5th District of North Carolina.
Hello, I'm Senator Candy Smith, representing Pitt and Edgecombe counties, but I'm also the chair of the Legislative Black Caucus for the state of North Carolina. And I want to say thank you for your attendance here at the 116th National Convention. We have not had you in North Carolina in 25 years. So we're excited that you're here with that $2.5 million economic impact. That is awesome. And more importantly, making sure that you are focusing on the fierce urgency of now. So we say thank you for all of your work, for everything that you're doing in your communities, and keep up the fight. God bless you.
The NAACP thanks Dominion Energy. Your partnership helps make this convention successful. To present the Veteran Affairs Special Awards, please welcome National Board Member and Chair of the Armed Services and Veteran Affairs, Elder Edward DuBose.
Since adoption of the 2008 resolution in support of veterans, our NAACP units have remained committed to raising awareness about the importance of supporting our veterans as they reintegrate into our communities. Having served as an active duty member for 21 years, from 1977 to 1998, I understand firsthand the critical need for proper support and resources to ensure a successful transition to civilian life. I'm proud of the work of our association as has accomplished in helping veterans access vital services, including housing and job training programs. As a licensed professional counselor, I am particularly proud of our efforts to support veterans' mental health and address the challenges associated with post-traumatic stress disorder. This year, we are honored to recognize two outstanding individuals. The recipient of the Roy Wilkins Renowned Service Award is former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for the Armed Services, nominated by President Joe Biden, General Charles Q. Brown. The recipient of the Women's Veterans Leadership Award is former director of the Center for Minority Veterans at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, Ms. Barbara Ward. Regrettably, they could not be here with us this morning. I am honored to accept Barbara's award on behalf of all of the women veterans that have served in the military. Some of our members who are here to our right, would you please stand? To accept General Brown's award, please welcome to the stage General Arnold Bray to say a few words.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Arnold Gordon Bray, Brigadier General United States Army retired. Poor, as an Army Airborne Ranger, I'm a poor substitute for the 21st Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Charles Q. Brown, Jr. A fighter pilot, our nation's first African-American service chief, where he led the finest Air Force in the world. Today, we honor General Brown with the Roy Wilkins Award. He truly really wanted to be here. In fact, he even had a video, but being an Airborne Ranger, I kind of screwed up the technology, so please blame me. But he sends you all these words. The talk of winning our share is not the easy one of disengagement and fight, but the hard one of work, of short as well as long jumps of disappointment and sweet success. These are the words of Roy Wilkins, a well-known activist who is no stranger to this organization. His words resonate to me as we speak to opportunity. Let me start by saying I'm honored to have the opportunity to join you in words at this powerful moment, the close of another transformational NAACP National Convention. My thanks to Chairman Leon Russell, President, and President CEO Derek Johnson, and the dedicated board members, and especially Mr. Edward DuBose and his team, and the Chair of the Armed Services and Veterans Affairs Committee for this deeply meaningful honor, the Roy Wilkins Award. To receive an award in the name of Roy Wilkins is no small matter. He was a visionary whose courage played a critical role in the civil rights movement at the helm of the NAACP for 22 years and more than half his life, leading the NAACP during the civil rights movement and advocating for legal and legislative change. He co-founded the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, played key roles in organizing the March on Washington and the passage of landmark legislation like the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Wilkins' strategic approach focused on legal and political actions, issues critical to enabling open and fair competition that all might rise to be their best selves. He didn't whisper to power. He led by example, speaking boldly with unwavering conviction. He paved the way not through comfort, but through challenge. His efforts remind me of the quote by Martin Luther King Jr. that I've adapted to address the test of leadership. The ultimate measure of a leader is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at time of challenge and controversy. Me having the honor to accept this award is due to the opportunities I've had as a result of leadership displayed by Roy Wilkins in times of challenge and controversy. Throughout my career as a fighter pilot, not me, to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, I never wanted to be advantaged or disadvantaged based on my background. I just wanted an opportunity to compete. And when that opportunity presented itself, I felt I had a responsibility to deliver my best, not just for me, but for those who followed. Throughout my career, I had a number of firsts. Most significantly, the first African American in the history of our nation to lead any branch of our military. Although I was the first, I don't want to be the last. I hope that my military career and the power of my example both keep the opportunities championed by Roy Wilkins open and inspire future generations. In closing, I want to thank the NAACP for the honor of this award. I appreciate your legacy of service in the worthy cause of advancing a people who have proven across so many walks of life, when given an opportunity, we can excel. Let us all, no matter our profession, continue to provide opportunities in the spirit of Roy Wilkins and inspire the next generation of leaders. May God bless you all, and may God bless America. Thank you. Charles Q. Brown. And I add, now I'm speaking. This is the urgency of now. And as I accept this award, if he were here, he'd probably throw out a whole bunch of more ad-libs, but I'm not going to do that. Thank you.
Please welcome John Jackson, President and CEO of the Schott Foundation.
Good morning, NAACP. It is a pleasure to be back here with my family. I'm president of the Schott Foundation, but I grew up professionally in the NAACP, serving as your National Director of Education and Chief Policy Officer, first under the leadership of Julian Bond and Kwesi Mfume, and then under the leadership of Bruce Gordon and the Rosalind Brock, McAllister Brock. I was raised by Maxine Smith and Mama Dukes and Lenny Springs and Mr. Cofield from Kentucky, Janetta Williams in Salt Lake City. I've been to Sandusky, Ohio, Salt Lake City, and Birmingham. I say all of that to say that I know what it takes for us to win, and I know how committed you all are to this fight. I know that you are willing to work with people who, by the very nature of working with them, takes a few years off of your life. And if you don't know anybody like that, you might be that person. I know how committed we are to finishing the work of Brown v. Board of Education. The NAACP did that. But we also must recognize that Brown v. Board of Education was a first down, not a touchdown. And there is a Native American proverb that says the health of a nation has to be measured by the well-being of its young people. And if we can just talk a minute and set the context for our next discussion, unfortunately, our young people are not as well as they should be. Too many are being denied opportunities that they should have. Too many are dying too young. We're right here in Charlotte, but if we go down a mile down the road, how many of you all know that the life expectancy for a young black boy, black child, could be as much as 8 to 12 years shorter? They're fighting, and too many are just surviving. You know, Maya Angelou said that my mission in life is not to merely survive, but to thrive. NAACP, the urgency of now calls us to move our young people from surviving to thriving. So how do we do that? Well, you've already started. In 2022, under the leadership of President Johnson and Chairman Russell, you invested with the Brookings Institute in creating the Black Progress Index, an index that laid out the factors that add or subtract to the life expectancy
for young people and for blacks. And it's not just education, but it's economic security, home ownership, it's civic engagement, it's health and wellness, access to mental health. So the Schott Foundation is proud to partner with the NAACP on a campaign that is focused on improving the well-being of our young people, focused on moving them from surviving to thriving. And here's how we do it. Yes, education is a part of it. We've got to ensure that every young person graduates from high school and has a post-secondary credentialed career waiting. Civic engagement, we want them equipped and ready and organized to engage in our civic process, either as voters or as leaders or as organizers. Economic mobility, they should have the opportunity to enter well-salaried careers or business and investment opportunities. Health and wellness, too many of our young people right now, even those with the 4.0s, are experiencing serious mental health challenges. We need to make sure that we are giving them the mental and physical health support, because it's not just about the academics. We're not trying to create smart people who are not mentally well. There will be no Elon Musk here. And of course, it's a topic that you all discussed early in the convention. We need our young people to have AI and tech literacy. If we can go to the next slide, and you say, why AI and tech literacy? Because our young people are not only our present, but they are our future. And the future is going to be shaped in this space with AI and tech literacy. That's why we're happy to partner with the K4 Foundation and Allison Scott and her team in a campaign called Eyes on AI. And if you look in your chairs right now, you will see a one-pager. And it's important, NAACP, that you begin to put your eyes on AI in your community. So what we want you to do is scan the QR code. You'll give us your information. We also have some responsible guides. The K4 Center has the AI and Tech Responsible Guide that they prepared. It'll give you access to that. The Schott Foundation has a responsible AI guide that will give you access to that, because we are going to ensure that any AI that's used in our communities is responsible. That is, there's equity, there's ethics, and human engagement. So to do this NAACP, it's going to take you recruiting larger committee members in your education committees. Because many of us grew up during a time when there were only 32 channels on the television. Some of you all grew up when there was fewer than that, but I won't call you out. Some of you all remember when the TV would be on and at 12 midnight, it would just turn off after the Star Spangled Banner, right? We're in a new world now. So we need to recruit new people, new energy, so that we can keep our eyes on AI. Angela Davis said it best when she said, we can no longer accept the things we cannot change. We have to change the things we cannot accept. And we cannot accept our young people just surviving. How many of y'all know surviving, you can survive and still not succeed, right? We don't want our young people surviving and not succeeding. Many of us, yes, may have been raised on manna, but there was the next generation that was promised milk and honey. And this is that generation, because the Creator knew that they couldn't just survive, but they have to thrive. So NAACP, as President Johnson has already said, we have all we need to do what we need to do. The only question that remains is a rhetorical question that Shakespeare spoke through the mouth of Hamlet. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it's nobler for our children to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous misfortunes, or for us to pick up arms against a sea of trouble and through direct opposition end them. To be or not to be, that is the question. And NAACP, the answer is in your hand. I look forward to our partnership. God bless you all.
At this time, we will begin the panel discussion segment. Our moderator for the afternoon is co-host of MSNBC's The Weeknight and former counsel to the Vice President of the United States, Simone D. Sanders Townsend. The first panel of the day is NAACP Thrive, a national campaign to ensure our young people thrive. Our panelists are President of Benedict College, Dr. Rosalind Artis, President of Caper Foundation, Dr. Allison Scott, President and CEO of the Schott Foundation, John Jackson, and founder and board president of the Acoma Project, Dr. Alfie Breland Noble. Please welcome them all to the stage.
Let's give it up for our panel. Oh, can you hear me now? Let me adjust my little mic session. All right, how y'all doing? Good. Oh, NAACP, y'all can do better than that. This is the closing plenary session. How are y'all doing? Well, let me tell you, they're probably gonna come out and fix this. Let me tell you that this is as you just set the stage, but this is a very, I think, pivotal time to have this conversation. And I'm just gonna start where we ended backstage. And I asked Madam President right here to my left, I said, how are you all managing and what is the impact of the recent gutting of the Department of Education? Because we talk about Thrive and we talk about the connection between education and these outside-inside partnerships, but we cannot have this conversation without grounding it in the reality that we're living in every day. And the reality is that the Supreme Court of the United States essentially just made it legal for this administration to shut down the Department of Education. And they've done that by gutting it, taking all the people out of the offices, crippling their ability to provide essential services, grant funds. And so I have to imagine that has an impact on not just your students, but students across this country.
You could not be more accurate. This moment is precarious at best, particularly for low-wealth students of color in this country. The new bill that has just passed has made it virtually impossible for our young people to acquire a graduate or professional education. Limitations on graduate loans, the elimination of subsidized graduate loans, the limitations on the distribution of Pell Grants, the maximizing of opportunities for students to attain certificate programs and trades. Functionally, the Department of Education is permitting or encouraging students to pursue low-level trades and eliminating the opportunity for them to pursue medical school, engineering, law, and other professions that our children desperately seek, desire, and we need to build a community.
Okay, let's back up a second. You know, the Thrive campaign, it is about engagement in the political process, I would argue democracy. It's about AI and education, economic mobility. So let's start with the democratic engagement, if you will, small d democratic engagement. And I'm just gonna throw this out to the panel writ large. I'm a young person, and not so young person anymore, but I'm still a millennial. Yeah. And shout out to the millennials, okay? All right, come on, millennials, yeah! Millennials and the generation Gen Z under us, we are actually, if you ask them, if you look at polling, and if you actually go out there and you talk to young people, they're very engaged, but not in traditional ways, right? You know, young people, millennials, Gen Z, they're doing service, they're involved in their communities and so on, they're passionate about the things that we are passionate about. But the civic connection has waned over the last couple of years. And so, one, why do you think so many young people have checked out of civic life? And then, what is the boldest step we can take to check them back in?
Looking at me, so I'm gonna say something. I think part of it, I have two Gen Zers, and I think part of it for our young people is, I think they don't see the benefit of civic engagement now for how it's going to benefit their lives immediately. A lot of what I hear my kids talk about is, and I work with young people all the time, I hear them talk about, does my vote matter, right? And so I think I'm Gen X. Shout out to all the Gen Xers out there. And so I think where we as Gen X, I won't be honest, I hate to say it like this, fail our young people, is I don't think we often make the connection for them about how voting in each, like the little bitty elections, right? Your local elections, your regional elections, the federal elections, we don't do a good enough job of explaining to them about why that's important beyond, I'm also a child of civil rights gen. We died for your right to vote. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like they hear that, and that doesn't necessarily mean anything for them. So I think there has to be a connection between understanding what Dr. Roslyn said about how you voting in an election then impacts who gets on the Supreme Court, which then impacts what kind of decisions are made around your education. Do you have access to funding for the schooling that you want to have? I'm a Howard University graduate, HU, you know, but if you don't have access to that, or if you don't participate in the process, you don't get to help set the agenda. And I think they don't see how voting or civic engagement is a way for them to help set the agenda, but I don't put it all on them. I think we have a responsibility to help them understand and make those connections.
Chime in, Madam President.
So I think the important piece of that is responsibility.
Yes.
Our responsibility.
Yes.
If you allow your young person to have a driver's license and drive a car that you pay for and not vote, shame on you. If you allow your young person to wear designer clothes that you pay for and do not vote, shame on you.
Not y'all out here with Chanel bags and no voting.
That's right. If there is not a voter registration card in your bag, right, I'm not paying for it. And so one of the things I think, as we're in loco parentis, right, at an HBCU, we are a family, a community, and so we have to incentivize positive behaviors, not just punish negative behaviors, but incentivize positive behaviors. When you register for classes at Benedict College, you need to also register to vote at the same time, right? We need to place that at the top of our agenda.
So as we talk about this civic engagement piece, I do think from the young people's perspective, it is yes, the connection, but it is also that things feel really bad right now.
Yes.
Now, let's not even say feel, they are very bad.
Yes.
We are in a very precarious moment.
Yes.
Precarious all across this country in every community. You know, they say, when it is our communities, Black and Latino communities, that feel the brunt of what happens in this country first. And so it is a lot to tell young people, well, y'all just we got to get civically engaged when we don't know if we'll be able to pay for school, when I can't make enough money to put food on the table to feed myself, let alone think about having a family, when the rent is still too damn high, excuse my language. So what are some of the connections that we can make, Dr. Scott? Because I know you do a lot in the AI space, and AI is frankly a burgeoning opportunity, and you talk about economic mobility, it is one of the areas in which is an area of growth opportunity for businesses, for young people, for entrepreneurs, but this also looks like a space where we could potentially be locked out. So how can we ensure that, is there an AI connection here that we can make?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think as we think about youth well-being overall, we at the Cape World Foundation, we think about it from a technology lens. And I can talk a lot about democracy and the ways in which technology and AI and some of the tools that you all heard about on day one have been used to literally weaponize. They've been weaponized against our communities and against our young people around mis and disinformation, decreasing messages that we're actually telling our young people that voting doesn't matter. Like, where are these messages coming from and how are they proliferating and where are they getting information from? YouTube, Instagram,
Shade room.
TikTok. The shade room, exactly. So what we would like to see, and what I think we have an opportunity to do, you mentioned entrepreneurship. You also mentioned the intentional dismantling of opportunities for getting higher degrees that are more upwardly mobile. I think from our perspective, how are we ensuring our young people have the knowledge and skills to enter into the technology ecosystem? So that includes computer science education. Don't let anybody tell you that you don't need a computer science degree anymore. Don't let anybody tell you that. Computer science education, that means how are we preparing young people to be future engineers, investors, as we heard Jay Lundy talk about at NAACP Capital, and entrepreneurs who can create products that are actually going to serve Black communities effectively.
So, well, along those, we can clap, this is an interactive situation. Okay, along those lines then, what about the reality that a lot of young people, particularly coming out of high school right now, it seems as though they are unprepared for the world in which they are being delivered into. And let's also just be honest, everybody's not gonna go to college. You know, we have folks that have an entrepreneurial mindset, and so they want to start a business. Maybe folks are going into the trades. They want to be an electrician, which you can make a lot of money as an electrician. A plumber. The HVAC man was at my house today, and he is getting paid.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so what about, how can we boost, if you will, our young people who are coming out who seem unprepared? They have the diploma, but it feels like the diploma is just a piece of paper and there's a knowledge gap.
Well, I think I can take a little bit of that. Number one, we assume that ultimate success is a college degree.
Yes.
And some 35% of the population has a college degree. So we've got to create multiple pathways of success. It is much easier in our country to get a college scholarship than it is a career tech scholarship, when 65% of people are not going to college. And so success is not linear. And just because they don't graduate from high school and go to college, we know the numbers that it increase the likelihood. It doesn't mean that they won't eventually end up in that space. You know, some of us was on a 5-6 year plan in college. If you're honest, 7, 8, but I'm not calling anybody out. So multiple pathways of success. Secondly, I do want to push back just a little on the narrative that they are not prepared. Our public school system is preparing our young people. They can be more prepared. I'll give you an example. When you walk in a hospital, the majority of doctors and nurses in that hospital are public school grads. When you look at our military, the majority of men and women serving our military, public school grad. The majority of Fortune 500 CEOs are public school grads. I guarantee, I asked, how many of you all graduated from a public school? So unless we're just a room of self-professed failures, the public school system is working.
I believe that the public school, let's clap. I believe that the public school system is working, but are we, I mean, let's be honest, there's a question of real world readiness for the young people that are coming up right now, the young people who are graduating. And let's just remember, these are young people, many of them over the Gen Zers who are in college or graduated, who have graduated college, they did so in a pandemic. The young people who are maybe sophomores and juniors in college right now, or 3 years post high school, working on that entrepreneurial endeavor, they were in a pandemic. And so the effects of COVID-19 on our young people, I think it's something we just really have yet to fully realize. So I think that the public schools are great. My stepson is in public school. But when it comes to real world readiness, I'm concerned about my Gen Zers. I'm just gonna say it. I'm concerned.
Yeah, as an employer, so Acoma Project is a nonprofit. I do agree with what you're saying. I also agree with what you're saying. I'm big on public schools. I'm a 5th generation public school when I was a professor, educator, going all the way back to right after slavery. And one of the things that I think is true is that we as employers have to be willing, particularly those of us who are of color, those of us who are Black. I think we have to be willing to step in and fill in some of those gaps. Even though it's unfortunate that we have to do it, it's a burden, but as Black people, when have we not had to deal with extra burdens? Like, that's our whole lives. We don't get to where we are without dealing with those burdens. I sound like my parents, but anyway. So I think it's the idea of a couple things. One of the things that we have at the Acoma Project, we're a mental health nonprofit focused exclusively on young people of color. We have a leadership and education program, advisory program, where the young people advise us, but we also provide training for them as a part of that program. We provide leadership opportunities. So if you get to be fortunate enough to go to a place like Benedict, where Dr. Roslyn is, you're getting that there too. And I'll give you one quick example of how that's happening just in the college space. Both my kids are Howard University students. One of the coolest things about Howard in the School of Business, they send these young people like a pamphlet before you get on campus. It tells you 4 different kinds of professional dress for business. Business casual, business professional, business conservative, and casual, to teach the young people how to show up at work. Because so many of our young people don't have the opportunity, I'm not a business person, to have somebody teach them those things. So there are little things like that that I think we try to do to fill in the gap. And then one other thing I will say, our civic organizations in our community do that work too. We used to go to, at Howard, it was coordinated, I think it was coordinated by my sorors, the AKAs, but I'm not sure. I started it, I'm sorry. I love all of us, all of the D9, all of them.
Here we go. We're about to have to do a D9 roll call now.
I'm sorry. But one of the things that I took my daughter to, this was years ago, they would do there we go. We would do an annual tea. And they would teach the kids etiquette at the tea. And they still do it. God rest her soul. The woman's name was Mrs. McLeod, who used to do it. She passed away. But it was so empowering and informative. They didn't just, and one of the things I love about us, they didn't just teach etiquette. This woman walked these kids around and showed them parts of the exhibit. She had the kids hold chains that were put on our people when we were brought over here in slavery. So I think those are the kinds of things that we do in our community, and probably everybody up here does stuff like that to help fill in the gap. It's a small way to fill in the gap, but it exists.
Madam President went like this. She has a thought.
So I'm just reflecting on it. Obviously, I receive students from public school systems, and so we understand the level of preparation. Academically, intellectually, they're ready. These are smart kids, right? Academically and intellectually, they're ready. Socially and emotionally, they are not.
Bingo.
We have loved our babies to death.
Bingo.
We have pacified, we have allowed them to be late. We have allowed them to not be dressed appropriately. We have allowed them not to use good manners.
We're about to pass the plate in here.
I mean, it is.
The doors of the church are open.
We're not letting them grow up, right? We have this mantra. We don't want our kids to have to work as hard as we did. It didn't kill me.
Yeah.
It didn't kill me. I've been working since I was 14 years old. So we are babying them in a way that makes it more challenging for an employer to receive them because they have an excuse for why they can't be there on time. They want more days off. They want more. I mean, it's very difficult. So I think we are going to have an honest family conversation about how we're raising these children, right? They're not children. They are young adults, and they have to be held accountable for their behaviors, their manners, their appropriateness. Before we can teach them, we got to get past that, right? I think that's what you're seeing in the workforce is, are they showing up on time?
And I throw one thing in there I heard this morning. Two sisters have said to me this morning. One said, I am here to rear and steer my child. Another one said, I'm here to pivot and prepare. And that just like hit me like a ton of bricks, is what you said.
And we say at Benedict, loving correction. Ooh. Right? If I love you enough to correct you.
Ooh.
You will remove
Yes,
your
ma'am.
hand, pull up your shirt, behave. I mean, we have to love them enough to correct them, not allow them to just go the wrong direction.
Come on now. I'm taking up a collection at the end
For
of this
Benedict.
panel.
That's
For
right.
Benedict,
Dr. Thrive ain't playing.
How then does the economic mobility then play into this conversation? Because we are still living in a time where in many respects, your zip code, where you grew up, can define what your ability is to move up a rank. And if we're talking about the fact that everyone is not, it sounds like everybody needs it though, a Benedict education, a good 4-year institution. Everybody doesn't want that.
Right.
And so where are we getting the opportunities for economic mobility, but still the steering that folks need to take it to the next level and ladder up our communities? Don, you want to take it?
Yeah, sure, I'll take it. I think it starts with what Dr. Clark was talking about in preparing the young people. Ken Reeves, I had dinner with him last night. He's president of the Cambridge branch and also former chair of the city council there. And they have a program where they take the young people who are in high school, not to DC, but to the businesses within the community so that they are aware of what those businesses actually do.
Yes.
Because many of the young people walk past these businesses right there in the community each and every day, and they don't know what's there. I think that that's outstanding. That's an opportunity to first open up their minds as the various pathways that are available for economic opportunities, for careers. But it's not just about getting a job. What are the entrepreneurial opportunities? You've got to be able to see a vision. How do I develop a business plan? That's why we have AXO and other programs to do that. The short of it is, I believe they're prepared, but they're not perfect. And that process of getting them closer towards perfection is the work that we have to do. Right. They're pregnant with potential, but we have to labor to give birth to that potential. Right? Smooth the rough edges. Right? So there are opportunities. There are branches doing it. And maybe we need to map all of the work that the various branches are doing and present an opportunity for others to duplicate that as a process for preparing them better.
I love this. Dr. Scott, what are those opportunities when it relates to AI? Because I think for a lot of folks, the conversation around AI seems Some scary, because a lot of times when we hear about AI, we hear about how it is going to take people's jobs. And the AI boom is going to be one that locks people out of further opportunities. So this upward mobility that we're talking about isn't necessarily an option. But then you have CEOs and people who, I saw the president of NVIDIA, last week, I guess it was. He was in the studio, he came out, we chatted after. This was the day that his company became a $4 trillion company, and I was like, how you doing?
Yep.
He touched the hem of the garment, maybe to rub off on it.
That's right.
And he was talking about how he uses AI in his daily life, and ChatGPT and all these different things, and how innovative it is for his company and the opportunities that have been afforded to the folks that work there. And all I can think about is, what about these kids down the street in
100%.
Southeast DC? And do they know that this is an avenue for them? And not only do they know, how can they get access?
100%. I think this is one of the most important issues. If we think about the technology sector and what has and hasn't benefited Black communities, like the EEOC, before that was turned upside down, did a report last year, and in 20 years, we hadn't made progress on Black representation in the tech sector. And I know folks in this room have been working on advocacy efforts. So now we have the advancement in AI. And so we already weren't participating in the tech sector. So now AI comes along, and now we have a $4 trillion company that makes AI semiconductor chips. Where are we in the process of being employed by those companies, investing in those companies, benefiting economically from those companies? And I think one of the biggest problems is, if we listen to narratives about AI, one, we should absolutely be paying attention to the harms. There are tons of harms that are affecting our young people, affecting mental health, affecting civic engagement, affecting a whole range of things. Let's not mention bias in all of the algorithms and facial recognition and wrongful arrest, and every way that it impacts Black communities potentially harms us. But one of the biggest challenges, I think, is also the narratives that's coming from the tech sector that, let's just use the tools. Let's everybody just like play around with ChatGPT, and that will create an equal playing field. That will be one step. We should absolutely, you heard Cliff's presentation, that's my colleague, love him. We should absolutely use the tools, but we should also be able to critically analyze the tools, and we should develop the skills to where we are creating the tools. That's what we should be advocating for.
Right. Amen.
Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about mental health. All of you have mentioned it in some way, shape, or form. Dr. Alfie, I believe that mental health is a crisis under every crisis.
Yep.
And when it comes to just access to mental health services, particularly for our young people, like, how can we ensure that people have access? Therapy is expensive. If you want a therapist that understands you, that is Black, it feels like it's impossible to find a Black unicorn therapist that is affordable, that can get you on their books.
Right.
And so we talk about this upcoming generation, the millennials, and even the folks younger than myself, who they are prioritizing self-care. They're thinking about how their workplaces and who they spend time with, how it impacts how they feel. And I want to take that a step further, because that is a they're prioritizing their mental health. But what about the resources? Because a professional cuts my hair every week, okay? A professional attaches these eyelashes every 2 weeks. We need professionals for our mental health.
Yes. Thank you so much for the question. And I think the idea is, everybody is not, just as you said, everybody is not designed to go to a 50-minute therapy hour. One, ain't nobody got time. Two, like you said, trying to find somebody who understands you, so that when you're talking about things like racial trauma and racial stress, they're not peppering you with questions about, oh, well, what is that? And I don't understand, and can you explain? And I tell everybody out here, if you have a provider, if your child has a provider, where they're asking more questions to ask you to teach them about your culture, that's not the therapist for you. You gotta find somebody who coming in the door, those questions they're not having, and that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a racial match, but what I always say, there has to be an empathy match, and there has to be a willingness to understand your culture and who you are. Not from you, but from Dr. Google. They go look that stuff up and get educated themselves. And so what I would say about that—
Use ChatGPT.
Yeah,
Right.
well, there you go.
Right, exactly.
I like Perplexity. But anyway, because Perplexity tells you sources. It doesn't just give you stuff, it tells you the sources where it comes from. So I would say, everybody doesn't need a 50-minute therapy hour. Everybody doesn't need 15-minute med checks. Well, you do if you're on meds, but everybody doesn't need meds. What we need is multiple ways to get to this self-care, right? So what we teach at the Acoma Project, we're about raising consciousness empowering people, and changing the system of mental health. And what we do is, I'm a big advocate of mindfulness. So I teach people, mindfulness is free. A lot of us would look at mindfulness as prayer, right? We teach them that. We teach them journaling. We teach them you exercise. That's how you take care of your mental health. You have to find something to engage yourself in to help you when you're struggling, but you also have to find something to engage yourself in for preventative measures, right? So I'll give you one quick thing. I know we're running out of time. Every morning when I wake up, I'm gonna tell all my people out here who got young people, because it's parents or caregivers. Everybody's not, who's parenting is not a biological parenting. Many of us are caregivers for kids who are not blood related to us. So what I will say is this: when you open your eyes, the first thing you should do, millennials, do not pick up that phone and do this. That's right. Millennials, because I know y'all do it, right? When you go to bed at night, let me tell you this: put the phone in a different room than you sleep in. It's simple. It's simple, right? Even if you use it as an alarm, use Apple Watch. That can turn on. But what I'm saying to you is, if you open your eyes and the first thing you do is get bombarded with all that stuff, you're already negatively impacting your mental health. So it's the little things that we can do that will help us take care.
John, I know you want to jump in here. I'm going to give final comments, and starting with you. But if you all could also address specifically our young men, our Black and Latino young men, because I do think that there is, we talk about a crisis in this country. I think that there is not enough focus on our young Black and Latino men. And it does feel as though, and so oftentimes in many conversations, in many spaces, me and my husband talk about it all the time. He's like, all this stuff for Black women, what about the men? I'm like, yes. But he's right. And I do think that the data is supporting that there are gaps in this conversation, and support is needed there. But I'll start with you, John.
Yeah, quickly, we manage a fund focused on improving the life expectancy for boys and men of color. And this is important because, number one, to talk about it at a systems level, we all need love, right? If you don't need love, stand up. You're probably not human. And it shows up at a systems level. Racism is nothing but institutionalized lovelessness. So you all are bringing the mental health as you fight for access to healthy food, access to high quality education, because they feel that. And then we identify them by their deficiencies. Never let anybody identify you by your deficiencies.
Period.
There is excellence. And so we're trying to invest in their excellence, and in that right now, there's a group of young people who are fighting to lower the voting right age, Generation Citizen, to 16. Now, whether you agree with it or not, they were successful in California and Maryland, and what they found out is when young people vote earlier, they vote more frequently. Let's invest in it. They're showing up. In Massachusetts, they passed an initiative to increase the tax on those making $1 million or more. It created $4 billion more each year for education and transportation. Let's invest in their excellence, because they are out there. They are engaged. We have to invest in them more, and I think that's the process towards not only helping their mental health, but helping them thrive.
Thank you. Dr. Scott? Your final comments.
Yes, final comments. Okay, so I think one kind of call to action for the community that I'd love to see is, what is our shared vision? And we're not gonna all have the same opinions, but I think it's worth the time for us to come up with our shared vision on Black communities and AI. Like, what policies do we wanna see passed? What education do we want for our young people? What ways are we gonna protect our communities? And I think if we can do that in collaboration with one another, I think we'll be strengthened to be able to take on some of the challenges and not let the tech companies and their lobbyists have the final say.
Love it. Thank you. Madam President.
Well, I wouldn't be the president if I didn't say unequivocally that our historically Black colleges and universities deserve our attention, our support, and our investment.
Amen. Amen. Yes.
These institutions are the nurturing places for Black America, and in Black men in particular. Benedict College has the distinction of being 50-50 in terms of men and women. We have always had about a 50-50 population. It's not 2/3, 1/3, it's 50-50 at Benedict College. So we have wonderful opportunities to engage young men in a healthy, holistic way. And as we sort of tie all these things together, we're teaching them mindfulness, we're teaching them self-soothing, we're teaching them to breathe, we're teaching them to write for healing, get it out, work through it, and think through it. As we think about AI, we're deeply engaged in encouraging our young people to not just engage with it and play with it, but to be a part of it, to create content. It will never reflect us if we do not engage it. So that happens on our campus. And finally, tying in the final thread, entrepreneurship. The Tyrone Attenborough School of Business and Entrepreneurship at Benedict houses 2 separate incubators, encouraging our young people to take their idea, their side hustle, and scale it up to a sustainable business that can reinvest in our community. So if you tie all those things together, it all happens on the campus of an HBCU.
That's right.
Partner with your local HBCU.
Yes.
Navy University.
Yes.
Dr. Alfie, you will have the final 30 seconds.
Oh my, okay, so I'll just leave everybody with this. One of the things we always say at the Acoma Project is that our mission and vision, we believe in a world where every young person has the opportunity, and the young at heart, to live authentically and unapologetically as the best version of themselves. And everything I've heard on this stage today teaches me that we have the capacity, we have the will, and we have the talent, knowledge, and skill to help pour into our young people in a way that will allow them to know definitively that they should show up in the world authentically, unapologetically, always as the best version of themselves.
I love it.
Beautiful.
This is the Thrive campaign, ladies and gentlemen, is alive and well. Thank you so much to our panelists. Please give them a round of applause. And I do believe that I am wrapping up. Y'all are about to get a teaser that somebody else is going to talk about, and then I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's this fascinating little thing called sex.
You're cute, you're fun, so what better man to pop my dating cherry? Oh my God.
Beyond the Gates. It's a CBS Super Soapy Summer.
Do you want to have some fun?
I hate missing it. Chelsea's in love.
You were totally checking me out.
Danny's in lust.
Let me show you what a creative man can be.
Nicole's just pissed off.
Leave my family alone.
Martin. Martin's still a little lost.
What do you want? Just to watch you squirt.
Maybe we should just come clean.
Don't you dare.
You are playing with fire.
Hell was made for people like you, Leslie. Enjoy the burn.
Beyond the Gates. New CBS weekdays and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Voting is still open for the Adobe Short Film Competition. Our second panel of the day is Our Culture, Our Stories, Writing Our Own Narrative. The panelists are artist-activist David Banner, NAACP President and CEO Derek Johnson, author and pundit Keith Boykin, and President of the CBS Studios NAACP Venture production company, Sheila Ducksworth. Please welcome them to the stage.
Oh, now, I'm sorry, the panelists will go back if y'all can't give them a better reception than this. Okay?
Back and come back.
Look, y'all, look, David Banner said he's going back.
Well, here you go.
Please give it up for our panelists, for our culture, our stories, writing our own narrative. And Mr. David Banner.
Okay. That's better. We got a new introduction. Yeah, that's better.
Pull up all my little notes here. Before we get started, I'd just like to ask, is this the panel where I can solidify my cameo on Beyond the Gates?
That would be the panel.
Because I'm very serious about I'm a long time Beyond the Gates watcher.
Oh, we love it.
And I would like my cameo, okay?
We love it. I'm going to give you a hand for that one.
Yeah, we will chat after this panel. Okay, seriously, I want to start with, well, first of all, Derek, I think, Mr. President.
Derek is fine.
I think what you have done here with the NAACP and with just the focus on telling our own stories is so, so important. Can you just break down for folks how you even came about to wrestle this piece down?
It wasn't me, looking at our history. Frederick Douglass was the most photographed person during his time because he understood that majority of people, particularly white people, were illiterate. They couldn't read. And politics were being played out in cartoon characters in the newspaper. And so when you seen someone of African descent, it had elongated features, buffoonery, watermelons, and all this stuff. So he was intentional about taking photos of being a dignified, strong black man. I learned that at a conference, a sister who's at Harvard, who's art historian. Because at the end of the day, how we're seen on screen is how we're treated in public policy. Art is advocacy. And along with that art is a storyline. And in that storyline, we have diverse, dynamic stories that need to be unearthed, both past, future, and futuristic. And so I think it's really important as an organization, we lean into that part of our advocacy and accelerate it in a proactive approach as opposed to reacting to the bad stuff.
Well, it is, proactive is the key word here. And Sheila, I am interested in how, I mean, this is not an easy time to do what Mr. President is talking about when it comes to companies, particularly corporate companies, media companies. It is not this is not something you can just flip a light switch on and make happen. So can you talk about the importance of having people like yourself within these companies and organizations and allies within the companies and organizations that understand the importance of telling diverse stories and that this equates to dollars?
Yeah.
Because people, I'm more likely to go see it if I see myself.
Yeah.
In the content.
Yeah. I have to say, and first and foremost, really, President Johnson is being very humble because I have to say, if not for that vision and if not for the foresight of we should have representation in ways that we haven't and to the magnitude that we haven't had it in the past, then who's to say that there would be a Beyond the Gates, quite honestly. So it was really President Johnson who went to CBS and said, we're looking to have, a presence here at the studio. And fortunately, the studio saw the same vision. The co-CEO of Paramount Global, George Cheeks, made a deal at CBS Studios. And then and this was 5 years ago. So this was done 5 years ago. And then after that, they were looking for somebody to run it. And so they called me and asked me if I'd be interested. And so through a lot of things, we made that happen. And truly, I had been wanting to do a soap opera since I was 10 years old. And the reason I wanted to do a soap, I'll say this, is that soaps are amazing in the sense that you see we're now seeing Black folks in their daily lives Monday through Friday, 5 times a week for an hour at a time, which was also a really big deal because obviously they're half-hour soaps. But to really maximize and see, this is what, we're saying a typical family looks like in suburban Maryland. And it was really important to show the reality of, I think as a lot of us know, in suburban Maryland, there are these predominantly Black gated communities, which is the premise of the show that I pitched 5 years ago. And the studio just thought, there's something interesting here, let's explore it. And so 4 years later, we get a green light, and now we are 9 months into production, and in the next 2 weeks, we will have shot over 100 episodes of showing Black family life Monday through Friday for an hour every single day. And with, great promise, I look at the soap operas that are out now, there are only 3 of them on broadcast. General Hospital, which has been on for 62 years. Young and the Restless, which has been on for 53 years, and Bold and the Beautiful, which has been on for 38 years. And I look at the longevity and the promise of Beyond the Gates, where we can have a platform to share our stories and to tell stories in a very significant, universal, but specific way for, I keep saying, anyone who knows me, I say 100+ years. And that's the goal, is that we see ourselves and people see us in a way that we've never seen before. Beyond the Gates is the first hour-long, predominantly Black soap opera in U.S. broadcast history, and truly significant in that way.
We can clap for that. Okay, I think the culture is critical. And I think about when the president decided to name decided to name himself over the Kennedy Center.
Oh, Lord.
And take it over. And some people poo-pooed it, and they said, oh my goodness, he has nothing better to do. And I'm like, yes. But also, it is a part of the playbook. It's what Orban did in Hungary. It's what happened in El Salvador. It's what happened in Venezuela. If you can wrestle the culture, the way in which people can express themselves, the arts, if you can get your tentacles within the music, if you can wrestle the media apparatus, then you can control how people view and feel about what is happening in their country and their world. So I say that to say, I think misinformation, disinformation is running rampant, particularly through society writ large, but through our community very much so right now. So Keith, I'll start with you, then I'll throw it out to the rest of the panel. How can storytelling function as a form of resistance, if you will, to misinformation and disinformation?
That's a great question.
You do that every day, to be clear, on social. I follow Keith, okay? Watch the videos.
I do video content on social media. And years ago, when I graduated from law school, I went to work for the White House. I wrote my first book. And I had all these facts and statistics and numbers and data. And I put it all together. And I thought I was going to change the world with all this information. And I put it out there, and I went on a book tour. And people liked the book. But they didn't engage with any of the facts and statistics and numbers and data. What they kept telling me is, I love that story you told about your grandmother. And it was the first moment when I realized that stories are so much more powerful than numbers and data. And Donald Trump knows that very well. He doesn't have a grasp for numbers and data, he just makes it up. So what he does is he tells a story, and he tells a very effective story. It's a very simple and effective story that our country was better when all these other groups of people didn't have all these rights. And I and other white men like me are here to save it. That's his story. Everything he says is about that story. So I live in Los Angeles right now, and he's told 2 stories about Los Angeles this year that are completely false. One is a story about the wildfires that happened in January, and the second is a story about the protest, anti-immigration, anti-ICE protest in June. And Donald Trump used those stories to say that you need a strong man like me to come in and try to take over Los Angeles, to take over California, to show you that we need National Guard troops there. We need a strong presence of people like me to run things. What I do is I come along and I have a series called In These Streets on social media. And I go out into the streets. I went to the places where the wildfires were happening. I went to the federal building where the protests were taking place in Los Angeles. And I countered that story by showing, look, there's nothing happening here. You don't need thousands of National Guard troops here. You don't need to have Marines here. But there are just people going about their business on an everyday basis. But Donald Trump is able to effectively lie. And so we have to be able to, not just against Donald Trump, but against white supremacists, against racists, against people who are trying to bring us down. We have to be able to tell our story and tell a better story more effectively.
What do you think about a better story more effectively, David?
Well, I run a company, and I started a company called A Banner Vision. I am more based in the future. I do sci-fi movies. I'm gonna tell you all a quick story. There was a 4-year-old black girl who was screaming and crying uncontrollably. Her dad came in and said, baby, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you crying? She said, Dad, are there gonna be any black folks in the future? He said, why? She said, because I was watching the Jetsons and I didn't see any. Sci-fi is effectively people preparing you for a future. And if we don't control that future, we won't be in it. Samuel L. Jackson is a really, really good friend of mine, but it's amazing that he's the only black man in the future. But
They laughing, but it's real.
Oh yeah, I'm dead serious. And the thing that is amazing though, is I am actually not grateful for Trump, but grateful for this time in history, because this is the greatest time in history. For some reason, black people love the dream of what America lies about. Those of us in the South know that people like Donald Trump have always existed. Why are you panicking now? This is the greatest time to create our country, our own country, to be a microcosm in something that we always knew was a lie. So for me, I am grateful that the snake has finally reared its head so we can create our own content. But I will give you an example in today. You have people who are willing to put their lives on the line, and when they come out here to speak, you won't even clap for them properly. So what would make me, what would make me think that you would properly support the content? See, the thing is that we have to practice in real time because you act the same way that you practice. So there is no way that a person who fights for us every day, a person that has given us content, who goes out on the street, whose family is always targeted. I know this, I've known this man for over 30 years, that we can't have the love and admiration. I'll even tell you, when I go and watch our children do plays and watch our children do shows at their schools, black parents won't even get up and properly clap for those children. So what I will ask you to do before I properly answer the question is, can you please give a round of applause for everybody that's on this stage today, please? Okay, now what was your question?
I'm about to book David Banner on the weeknight. He about to come on the weeknight coming up this week. Okay, this is really important. The little girl saying, are there gonna be black people in the future, is so real.
Right.
Yes.
Because when we talk about imaginative content, oftentimes the imaginative content we're not there.
So watch
or
this.
we're only with one character.
Watch this. And I know that you see this in your walk of life. Isn't it crazy that you have black producers, black writers, people putting out black content, and we don't even win in our own damn movies? If you come to my movie, I'm gonna get the girl, I'm gonna win. Sinners was the first time that I saw the white dude get shot 70 times. I was like, yeah! They shot his ass 70 times. Only thing is, I wish he wouldn't have died in that scene, at least live to the next scene. But I'm dead serious. We don't even win in our own dreams. How can we win in real life? So I want to do sci-fi, so I will show people how it feels to win. It was funny. I want to do a movie that's similar to Love Jones, and it stars me and Jill Scott. And people will ask me, they was like, David Banner, I thought you said you did sci-fi. Well, in modern media, black love between two dark-skinned people is sci-fi.
Correct.
So for me to answer your question directly, as much as I appreciate DEI, as much as I support people that's doing for us, I believe the story of Jesus is not showing you a man that comes down to die for your sins. I think the story of Jesus is God saying, I'm gonna come down in the flesh just like you and show you how to bear your own cross. Our children, our content, our stories are nobody else's responsibility but yours. And if you don't do it, it will never come into fruition. Why would a person come out of the sky and save you and they already came down and showed you how to do it? It's your turn. My opinion.
I think that is a really important point, and I would argue that the NAACP does this very well, Derek, and I think it's because, one, you all invest in research. I know we're going to hear from his strategies in just a little bit, but two, you are in the communities. Talk about the challenges of communicating authentically, because it is authentic communication with folks when we're talking about telling our stories, whether we are trying to get people to support a movie, support Beyond the Gates, support causes and initiatives to care about civic education or what is happening, at the State House. Who communicates it, but how it is communicated matters.
So we have entered into a period where media is unlike it's ever been. In the 90s, everyone watched the evening news, and that was the truth teller. And then cable came in late 90s, and that became the distorter. But with social media platforms, people receive more of their content than broadcast and cable combined from social media platforms. It is becoming more difficult to determine what information is factual or not. And now we're in a new period. That's why we spent most of Monday morning talking about AI, where artificial intelligence is advancing so fast, you will not be able to determine whether or not it's me and my voice or artificial intelligence that's coming across your social media platform. It's going to become even more important for us to turn to each other and understand the devices may be turning against us. That gatherings that we're now moving away from, we're going to have to move back into so we can see what's real and what's not, and what's factual and what's not, because our survival will depend on it. Yes, Samuel L. Jackson is in the future, but Lawrence Fishburne is in the future in The Matrix. And we are entering into a period where the Matrix is becoming more of our reality because we're glued to the devices and reality is happening around us. And we need to realize that the devices at some point, going to become our enemy, and we have to start communicating to one another.
So then I throw this out to the panel. Then what is the future of Black storytelling then in this digital age, given what you've just laid out?
This is what Keith is doing.
Well, I don't think it's just what I'm doing, but I appreciate that. I think it's democratized, meaning that it's not somebody standing up on the top, sending down a message to everybody else. It's each one of you. It's the stories that you tell to your children, to your grandchildren, to your friends, your neighbors, your colleagues, the people who you go to church with. That's how we share our stories. And you do it in different ways. You can do it personally, one by one, but you can do it in social media. You can do it on the internet. You can do it in podcasts. You can do it at any age. And that's the thing about this. You don't have to be an expert to be able to get up in front of a microphone. I just saw, just today, I don't know if many of you know Charles Blow. He used to be a New York Times columnist. He left the New York Times. Today was scrolling through Instagram. I saw he has a new TV show called The Blow Show, which I'd never heard of before. He's just standing in front of a podcast and doing a show. And anybody can do that, and that is part of what makes it so exciting. But I just want to say one thing about what David said, too, about the stories that we're telling in the future. There's a line from 1984, George Orwell, when he says...
I'm reading it now.
Right.
I'm reading it right now.
He who controls the past controls the future. And what they're doing is they're trying to control the past so they dictate what happens in the future. And so we have to understand the relationship between the past, the present, and the future. The reason why I say this is because the story of America is told for years is that 1776 is the founding. That's the story of revolution. But Nicole Hannah-Jones came along a few years ago and said, we have a different story. It's the story of 1619. But then that changes things because it's not about revolution, it's about repression, how white repression has affected us. But I have a different story to add on top of that, and that's the story of 1526, which people don't talk about as much, which was when the first black slave revolt took place here in the United States in South Carolina. We don't talk about it as much because it were Spanish colonists and not the English colonists that came in 1619. So that is a way we've changed the storytelling. What is the story we tell about ourselves? Is it about revolution for white people? Is it about the repression of white people? Or is it about the resilience and revolution of our own?
I see you nodding, Sheila. I want to make a statement, and then maybe folks can respond, and I'll start with you, Sheila. I agree with everything that Keith just said, except some of y'all I don't want to pick up a podcast mic. I'm sorry, but in this day and age, is there also not a responsibility that, again, the message needs to be authentic? Who is giving the message matters, but also research-backed messaging matters. When Beyond the Gates, I think it is so successful because it is so authentic, but it is also research. Right? It does not feel fake nor performative. It feels like people are knowledgeable about what they're talking about. And I think in this digital age, one of the dangers is there are a lot of
Yes, that's true.
people who lack knowledge with a microphone,
COVID, we saw
hopping
that
on their
COVID.
podcast in front of a camera. When they didn't even do a simple Google search.
Yes.
When I get on TV and I say something, it's backed up by research. The standards department is like, girl, you can't say that. So maybe I'm wrong.
No, it's really important. For our show, it's exceptionally important. And it's been important from the very beginning that we represent, to me, what's real about our existence. We haven't seen families like this, living like this. And for those of you who may not be familiar, this is like Black royalty living in the crown jewel of all gated communities in all of Maryland. So it is a slice of life that truly exists, as I said before, I won't say all of them, but in these gated communities. But beyond that, we're set in Maryland. It was important when I went to Maryland last summer to kind of envision how I wanted the sets to look, how I wanted the country club to look, that I go down to Maryland and look at some of these. I saw they all had a crest. And so, what is our crest going to symbolize? It should symbolize something, not just because we have a show, we're just going to put anything up there. So we have an F for Fairmont, a C for crest. I wanted a representation of Harriet Tubman because she's from Maryland. So we have a lantern signifying that, and we have something called a donos, which is a drum in West Africa for the rhythm of life, and it all means something. Our country club, we acknowledge that the first country club in America that's been documented is Shady Rest in Scotch Plains, New Jersey, and we wanted to give homage to that. We wanted to have pictures, and President Johnson and all the folks at NAACP generously said, go through our archives, pick pictures, let's have some reality, let's have some authenticity to everything on the set. So we have that. We have, real people. One of the premises of the gated community is that it was founded by a Black architect, which, as we all know, exists not in great numbers, but in significant numbers in the times, considering what was happening in our country back in the early 20th century. And, we have a renowned architect by the name of Paul Cheeks, who, when you look at in the country club, the oil painting over the fireplace, that's a real person. So that's a real person who is a big architect, and also George Cheeks' father, I have to say, in Ohio and also in Georgia, that actually pays homage to. This is Vernon Dupree's father, who built the entire community of Fairmont Crest. So we want to pay homage to that. We look at the richness of Washington, D.C., and the legacy that's come forth through Howard University. We couldn't use Howard University, but we wanted to have a university, an HBCU, that reflected, kind of the center of social activity and education and activism and all of those things. And we had to go, as I'm sure a lot of people know, you can't just use any name on TV. You have to clear things. And we looked to clear, can we use Ida B. Wells? Can we use Frederick Douglass? We couldn't use those. Can we use Phyllis Wheatley? Can we use Benjamin Banneker? We could use Benjamin Banneker. And so we now have Banneker University, and that's where all of our family goes. It's a big legacy school, and these are just some of the things. I mean, the whole show is laden with things like that because it's really important that we, and I should say this, we don't have to make things up. We already have done them. We've already lived this life. We already have these things at our disposal, and so it's important to put that out there so that people, as President Johnson said, not just here, and those of us who might know that and know Black folks and, know the customs and know the culture, but, we're on Paramount Plus, so we're all over the world, and that's not the case for people all over the world. They may think, I'm watching this show, so this is all Black people in America. And we wanted to show through the highs and the lows, the behind the gates, the outside the gates, the ages. We have 4 generations on the show. The diversity is truly important. And all of that went into, as we're talking about, kind of what we're looking to do with the show, we're looking to encompass everybody in representation so that they can see themselves or see people that they know and recognize that this is a life that is similar to mine, dissimilar to mine, but it exists, and it exists amongst a predominantly Black
what I hear she
life.
was saying, that we spent the money and we used the resources to get it right.
So what I do want to say, I got a call after one of the shows, I didn't see it in the script. It says, did you put that Tougaloo degree behind on the panel? I didn't do it. Sheila did it because her father's a Tougaloo graduate, so we represent all of who we are.
My father and my mother.
And your best friend, that's right.
Yep, 60 years married in September, at Tougaloo College.
So since we popping off our TV shows, y'all make sure that y'all go to BET tomorrow and look at Family Business New Orleans, which I star in. We keep saying that we want quality shows. I'm so very proud of what they've done and how they represent the South. That's something that means a lot to me. I went to Southern University in Baton Rouge. And so y'all make sure that y'all ain't just talking about it. Y'all see y'all all in the mood. Black power, Black power. Black power tomorrow over the BET. I'll be looking at them numbers. We got people that look in the numbers and stats. I can tell if you're lying. But I do want to say something, man. Y'all just.
And I will know, Dave's gonna kick off our final comment.
Okay, I'll just say this. It's something that Derek said that brought something to mind to me. And it's that a lot of times we do the work of white supremacy and don't even know it.
Yep.
Like, put them damn phones down. The Ku Klux Klan doesn't tell you on Facebook or Instagram when they're about to make a move. We have a tendency to work out policy in front of cameras, and then people will know you coming. The other thing that I want to say, I'm going to cut it with this. I have a tendency to be long-winded. I'm not going to do that today. But also, man, we have a tendency to do the same thing that the slaves do. Have you ever noticed, man, when you look at pictures of lynchings, you would see Black people on the outskirts watching it happen, right? This new policy of canceling people. We will cancel our people before they have an opportunity to even put us next to the tree. If we're gonna handle something with our people, 9 times out of 10, we knew these things about these people 10, 12 years ago and we did nothing. And then when white people decide they wanna do something, then we show our natural Black.
No.
Oh.
The children, no.
But y'all, stop being so judgmental. I'm not saying that let people off, but we have uncles and aunts that done pimped and done sold dope. Just because somebody is a star or they're doing a little bit better than you doesn't mean that that's your opportunity to shoot them down. Y'all, we always talk about Jesus and we pray for forgiveness every day, but you have no forgiveness in your heart.
Mm-hmm.
If them white folks want our people, they're going to get them anyway. They don't need your help. Mm-hmm. So what I will ask you, let's do a better job with supporting each other
and loving each other. And when the next panel come up here, y'all make sure that y'all give them the love that they deserve. My name is David Banner. I love you.
Mr. President, you gonna go last. Keith, you gonna go last, Mr. President.
Oh, I don't know what to say after all that. I thought that was the last comment. So, no, but I just want to say finally that I do think the importance of responding to the idea you were saying about research. Yes, every person doesn't need to have podcasts, but every person can use their voice effectively. It doesn't mean you have to be the person to communicate it, but you can be the person, as David was saying, to support it. And what we don't do a good enough job of is supporting people who are doing this, who are creating this culture. So whether it's supporting a TV show, supporting whether it's on Paramount Plus or BT, whether it's supporting a content creator or social media, we have to be there to support our own. We can't just wait for outsiders in the white community and funders who have the money. We have enough resources. We have enough money. We have the dollars. We spend $3 trillion a year, I think, in our economy as Black people. So we have the resources. Let's start using that money to help our own.
Keith Boykin, ladies and gentlemen. Sheila.
I mean, what else can I add? It's just, I will say this, that the whole idea of support and this whole idea of, us all coming together, so important. I have to say, it's been nothing but, it's been such a blessing to be able to show daily lives on the show to millions of people, and they've all responded, and so many have responded, I'll say, and with just such, just support for the show. It is truly a labor of love, what I do. I look forward to Beyond the Gates, bringing more things. Again, this platform exists that we have because of the foresight and the vision of President Johnson and making this possible through CBS Studios. Clearly, there are more and hopefully more and more platforms that exist in the same manner so that we can see more and more of our stories and voices, just out in culture, in popular culture and entertainment. And so, I thank you all for watching. Our goal is 100+ years, so watch. We're on Monday through Friday. Paramount Plus, CBS, the CBS app. It's free. If you're watching on Paramount Plus, you have to pay for it, but it is free otherwise. And we just love and really just embrace this opportunity to tell our stories in a way that they've never been told. And as we said, going along with the culture of just generations and generations and generations of watching a show and watching lives and watching a family, we hope that we continue to do that for, as I said, over the next 100 years.
Thank you, Sheila. And President Johnson, you had the last word.
So final words, art is advocacy. How people see us is how we treat it. Next for the NAACP, I'm glad we're doing the joint venture with CBS Studios. Next thing is NAACP Plus, where we build out our own platform. We've already retrofitted the LA office with our own studio. The DC office will be next. And under that is to have a crisis media, remember crisis publication, but a digital version soon to come. Why? Because it is so democratized, we can tell our stories, we have narrative, we are dynamic. And the most fascinating book I just finished is called Sky Full of Elephants.
Oh, I love that book, yes.
And it was dynamic because if all the people and barriers are moved out of the way, and we have to choose, what would be your choice? How would you create a new world, a new reality? And it was really the difference between what Naeem Akbar called collective consciousness or people seeking to go back to the way it used to be. And we have to make a decision. Are we going to go together with collective consciousness to recreate a world that should exist for us, our children, their children? Or are we going to continue to replicate the harm that people put in place that's creating the problems that we see today?
Yeah.
We have an option. Yeah. Narrative can allow us to navigate that. How we're seen help navigate that. Let's choose the option of collective consciousness because we're stronger together.
Yeah. Give it up for this amazing panel. We are closing out
Hit Strategies is a multicultural research and analysis consulting company comprised of diverse, innovative, social scientists who use research and data to understand and communicate with hard-to-reach and underrepresented voters. Here to present some of the findings and insights from their research is President and founding partner of Hit Strategies, Terrence Woodbury.
What's up, what's up, what's up? How y'all doing? All right, despite that introduction, I am gonna talk about data, but despite that introduction, I promise it's not gonna be boring. So stick with me for a second. My name is Terrence Woodbury. I own Hit Strategies. It is the largest Black-owned polling and focus group company in the country. We do polling for everybody Black, okay? We do a lot of other polling too, but we are a lot of for us, by us. A lot of us have, I hear folks say, well, who they polling? Because they never called me. Well, that's why I started Hit Strategies, to make sure that we are asking us questions about what we think and what we need. And so I'm gonna present a couple of slides here that talk about, what we learned from the 2024 election. We work with a lot of Black candidates, most recently for Kamala Harris, where we were a poster for her campaign focused on voters of color and young people. But we also are a poster for NAACP, and I want to give NAACP a round of applause for having the largest investment in Black research in the country, y'all. The largest investment in understanding our voters. I could tell you because I work for both, NAACP invested more into Black research last year than the Biden and Harris campaigns combined. NAACP ain't have $1 billion, but they invested in understanding us. And so I want to share a little bit of what we're learning. I'm gonna ask my friend Dom to get a little bit of footage for me while I'm up here since I see him. All right, so I'm gonna just jump right in here. That's the team, that's the HIT team, young, diverse researchers. We are gonna make these slides available to you, so don't worry about capturing everything up there, but I wanna talk you through this because we understand that Black voters are not a monolith, but at HIT Strategies, we had to put some data behind that. I tell folks every time I present, I'm not here to tell you my opinion. I'm here to tell you the opinion of the voters that we talk to. In over 10,000 interviews, we began to segment 10,000 interviews with Black voters. We've begun to segment the Black electorate into 5 groups. As I go through this, y'all gonna recognize some of these groups. You're gonna recognize some people that you know that fall into some of these groups. In fact, you're gonna recognize that a lot of y'all in this room probably fall into those first 2 groups. The first one is called a legacy civil rights voter. They're a Black voter over the age of 50. They are the most likely voter in America. Not in Black America, they are the most likely voter in America. Give yourselves a round of applause. That's a whole lot of y'all in this room. There's a number up there that you can't see, but that second bullet says vote power. What that is it's a question that Hit Strategies ask to determine who's going to participate. Y'all have heard some posters use questions like vote likelihood or vote enthusiasm. Well, what we know at Hit Strategies is that just because Black folks aren't voting enthusiastically don't mean they're not voting. And so enthusiasm ain't a real metric for who's going to participate in the Black community. So we use vote power, and that asks the question on every poll, regardless of how often you vote, how much power does your vote have to make a difference in your community? The higher they rate those perceptions of power, the more likely they are to vote. Well, the legacy civil rights voter, who is the most likely voter in America, also has the highest perceptions of political power. 8 out of 10 believe that their votes have the power to make a difference. That second group I didn't even know existed until we did this project. They're called aspirational activists. Also, a lot of y'all in this room. These are younger Black voters, often Black women, but not only Black women. They're aspirational because they have the highest per capita income, highest educational attainment. They got several degrees. They are activists because they are activated by every issue. Racial justice, economic justice, environmental justice. They're not just voting. They're gonna volunteer, they're gonna donate, they're gonna protest, they're gonna show up for every issue. That's the workforce there. We gotta start activating our workforce. But those next 2 groups, who make up 50% of the electorate, that black and yellow, those black and yellow columns, are the groups that I believe determined the outcome of the last election and will determine the outcome of future elections. These groups look the exact same by demographics. They're all black. They're all under 50. They're all Gen Z, millennial, a little bit of Gen X. They have the exact same voting patterns. They have voted in 1 or 0 of the last 3 elections. And again, they make up half of the black electorate, under the age of 50. Young people ain't the future, y'all, they right now. So what makes these two groups so different? If they look the same and they vote the same, it is their attitudes towards politics. The next gen optimist has their vote power. Remember what I told you about the legacy civil rights, 8 out of 10 vote power? Well, the next gen optimist has 7 out of 10 believe that their votes have power to make a difference. They like Democrats. They like democratic policies. If they vote, they're gonna vote for Democrats. So then why did they vote in 0 or 1 of the last 3 elections? If they believe that voting makes a difference, they believe that their votes have power, and they tell me in every focus group that they vote in every election. They believe they vote in every election. They simply forgot that the last election even happened. These folks are busy. Voting is not the most important thing happening in their lives. They got other responsibilities. They got these kids. They got these jobs, plural. They simply forgot. And when I tell them that they missed the last election, they mad that ain't nobody tell them. That's what we call a GOTV universe, get out the vote. We got to remind them. We might have to go get them. We might have to take them. But they want to vote, and they're going to vote in the right way. That next group, though, the rightfully cynical voter, we call them rightfully cynical because they are the lowest per capita income, lowest educational attainment, lowest home ownership, highest unemployment. These are the folks that are closest to the pain. Our interventions have failed them. Our policies have failed them. Our candidates have failed them. They didn't forget to vote. Look at their vote power, you can't see it. 3 out of 10, the lowest vote power in the American electorate. They do not believe that their votes have power. They do not believe voting is going to make a difference. They didn't forget about the last election. They have chosen to withdraw because it ain't going to make a difference to them. It never has. In fact, there's a quote up there that says, "My hood ain't getting no better under Obama. It ain't getting no worse under Trump. What do Biden and Harris got to do with me?" For these voters, look, and they don't like Democrats, they don't like Republicans, they don't like politics, they don't like institutions, they don't like banks, they don't like churches, they don't like you, they don't like me. We have failed them. And by we, I mean us. Not just politicians, we have failed them. They need our help, and we want their votes. And that's all we're willing to talk to them about, is their votes. And they need help. They are failing, they are in pain. And here's the thing about that pain. I keep telling folks the next time I get booked to speak, I'm just gonna start playing focus groups up here so that y'all can listen to them instead of listening to me. Because their pain is palpable. They don't understand why they're working twice as hard and getting half as far, why they're doing everything right and everything keeps going wrong. And all we keep telling them to do is stand in line again and vote, and it's gonna make everything better. And it never has, not for them. And so the thing about that pain though, and this is more recent, the last few elections, that pain has become punitive. They wanna punish the people that have failed them. They wanna punish the politicians. They wanna punish the system. This is why they're okay with blowing it all up. Set the whole thing on fire, because ain't none of it ever helped me. You want me to go protect Medicaid? I ain't got no Medicaid. You want me to go protect student loan forgiveness? I still got these student loans. You want me to protect all these things that ain't never helped me? And so one party is offering to defend the systems that have failed them. The other party is offering to blow it all up. That last group in red, I don't spend a whole lot of time on, because they are not in this room. They're called race-neutral conservatives. These are 7% of the black electorate who believes that being American is more important to their identities than being black. I don't know a lot of them people. I don't know a whole lot of them. That's why it's only 7% of them. But those are actually conservatives. Those are real conservatives, real Republicans, only 7%. Then why are Republicans getting almost 20% of black votes? If only 7% are conservatives. They're getting the rest from the cynics who say, don't neither one of these parties make a difference to me. That's who Donald Trump is talking to when he says, what the hell do you have to lose? He's talking to the cynics that feel like they don't have anything else to lose. I'm gonna skip this side because there's too many words on it. I'm gonna show you a little bit of data here. You don't have to see the numbers. I'm gonna explain what you can see here. This is turnout from the 2024 election to the 2020 election. Everything below the line means that it was low, means that turnout was lower than it was in 2020. The blue bar and the purple bar that you see that are the lowest turnout are black voters, dropped off by 5%, and AAPI voters who dropped off by 6%. I'll remind you that in the last election, we ran a black and AAPI candidate, and the biggest drop-off was amongst black and AAPI voters, okay? What you see on the right there is our battleground turnouts, which are different from the national turnouts because the drop-off was much smaller in battlegrounds, which tells me that when we invest, because we spent a lot of money in these battleground states, when we invest, it makes a difference. When we talk to them and communicate, it makes a difference. The problem is we're not talking to everybody and we're not talking everywhere. Many of you don't live in battleground states, right? You didn't get 5 or 6 visits from the candidate, 5 to 6 text messages a day, and that's where the drop-off is happening. This graph right here, I do want to spend a little bit of time on. I know it's hard to see, but the trend is going to be real easy to follow once I explain what it is. These 4 bars, the pink, orange, green, and blue, purple, whatever that is, those are Democratic support. I'm sorry, that is support for the Democratic presidential candidate from 2012 when Barack Obama was on the ballot to 2024 when Kamala Harris was on the ballot. And what you'll see, the first graph up there are black voters, the second one are AAPI voters, the bottom left graph are Latino voters, and that last one is white voters. And what you'll see is that Democratic support, without even being able to see these numbers, you can see the trend line. And the trend line is that the Democratic presidential candidate has gotten less votes from everybody, from black voters, from AAPI voters, from Latino voters, cycle over cycle over cycle. You can see that it's going down and down and down. That is because we have stopped investing. We are under-investing in our base, the base of voters, young people, voters of color, where we are under-investing. And when you look at the white voters right there in the bottom right, the trend line is a little bit different. They are remarkably consistent in what pollsters call the margin of error. The white vote ain't changed but 1 or 2 points over the last 16 years. It has changed 1 or 2 points despite the overwhelming amount of our investment going towards white voters. I'm gonna show you one more slide, then I gotta get out of here even though I got a dozen slides left. This is the last one I'm gonna show you. Because what is most concerning to me is not what the administration has done. What's most concerning is what we are allowing them to do. What this graph shows is, the question on this graph is, have the actions and policies of the Trump administration helped you, hurt you, or made no difference? Those yellow bars are the people that say, made no difference. That's almost half of America, including half of Black America, who says that the actions of the Trump administration have made no difference. We cannot activate a resistance. We can't activate an opposition. We can't fight back if we don't think that what he's doing is hurting us. This is the part here where we have to start connecting the dots between the actions that they're taking and where we have to change the narrative from this idea that the reason we don't have enough is because the people that got less than us, the immigrants, the trans kids, the folks that have less than us still have too much. We got to take what little they have, and we have to shift this narrative to what's actually happening in the White House, which is that the reason you don't have enough Medicaid, you don't have enough health care, you don't got enough child care, The reason you don't have enough is because the folks that got too much are willing to take from you so that they can have even more. Thank you all so much. We got work to do, but the work starts right here. I appreciate you.
Our final panel of the day is Advocacy Then, Advocacy Now. Welcome back to the stage, Simone Sanders Townsend. Our panelists are activist and pastor of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church, Reverend Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryant, President of the NAACP New York State Conference, L. Joy Williams, Chairman of the NAACP National Board of Directors, Leon W. Russell, and founder of Win with Black Women, Joteka Edie. Please welcome them all to the stage.
Oops. I do not know why they gave me any cards for this panel. Because I think I'm just here to tell y'all it's about time. We got to wrap. We're going to talk about advocacy and all the things. I'm going to start with you.
How did I know?
Civil rights advocacy has been a journey throughout generations. Yes. And as a young person, and Joteka and I talk about this often, is like, history kind of makes you feel as though everybody was always with everybody else in the movement. You know, the history books, between the history books and the movies, and then the revisionist history that we tell ourselves about the civil rights advocacy, is that everybody was in the boycott. Yeah. Everybody was on board with the march. Everybody was on board with the strategy. But the reality is, there was oftentimes a consolidated, smaller group of people who were doing the work, and then the broader masses got on board towards the end once the work was already successful. How does that apply to this moment we are currently experiencing?
Let me first say thank you. If you'll give me just one moment just to thank my family. I started here in Charlotte, North Carolina in 1996 as the Youth and College Division Director. And I just want to thank this organization for raising me and pouring into me and help to craft who it is I am today. And I just wanted to take a moment to invoke the names of Earl Shinholster and to Mama Hazel Dukes for really pouring into me. To answer your question, history has been revised for us to believe a Walt Disney interpretation of history, that everybody marched, that everybody protested, when reality is never in history has there ever been 100% participation. What we're dealing with now with the Target boycott is not new, seeing black denominations shift and take really peanuts from an organization we're going up against. History will remind you that the National Baptist Convention split because Martin Luther King Jr. didn't ask for permission for the March on Washington. But the NAACP put their arms around Dr. King and the movement when the church did not. And so I am grateful for the faithful few, or what W.B. Du Bois calls the talented tenth, of those who can make a concerted effort. And so when a small group of people make up in their mind that they want to do something, then the larger body has got to respond to it. 12 men known as disciples changed the whole world and created the church. And so if you look at just what our individual branches are doing around the country, we are terror cells to white supremacy. It doesn't have to take millions of us, but the hundreds of us who are focused and understand the assignment always hold up the baton.
Joteka, how do where does one draw the line in this current movement, as the Reverend Doctor is talking about, with innovation and tradition? How is the line drawn? Because the work that you've done with Win with Black Women and the additional advocacy work, I mean, also a child of the NAACP, like everybody, a child of the NAACP, grew up. This is where we learn to strategize, to organize. how do you thread the needle between the tradition, because there are things that have traditionally worked and will work, but also the innovation that is needed in this moment?
Well, thank you. And I have to say, it is good to be home here with the NAACP. And the NAACP raised me, it actually raised all of us on this stage. And I think it really speaks to your question. Because I think when we think about learning from this notion of Sankofa, right? We can't really move forward unless we understand where we come from. And as I often have conversations with my good friend, Chairman Russell, we talk about history. And we talk about, let's look at in 1947, W.E. Du Bois went to the United Nations and wrote an appeal to the world. If we take that appeal to the world and just put it for today, it would be the same issues. He talked about a denial of health care, denial of housing, a denial of voting rights, all as a violation against our human rights. And so when we think about legacy, I dare say that legacy, it's not a museum, but it is a blueprint. And it is important for us to understand in this moment that we learn and we sit at the feet. When I think about Win with Black women, and we have utilized new technology, but we also had on every single call a Dr. Janetta Besh Cole and a Dr. Hazel N. Dukes who guided us, and we took their lessons and we added to that new age technology. But what we realize and what we know is that the legacy of civil rights work, it is rooted in something where we always know is that we have to stay closest to the people with the pain, that we have to make the conflict visible, and that we must be steadfast, intersectional, and unapologetic about our agenda. Not anyone else's agenda, but ours. And I think we can take those lessons and use these in a new day and really make sure that we are understanding that nothing is really new under the sun, as Core Master Sperry often says, but we are just taking those tools to take them to the next level.
A mentor of mine often says that history is unbroken continuity. And I think that applies in this moment. Chairman Russell, there's a lot of conversation about generations and young people versus not some young people, and how, what I like to say seasoned, and how it is time for, some people would say, for young people to take up more of the mantle. But I believe that an intergenerational coalition has always been the coalition that has moved change in this country. Talk about this current struggle, because while it has become a national public conversation, it is a conversation that is alive and well in all of our communities and organizations.
So Simone, I think it's important for us to revisit that concept. I have been in this association for a very, very long time. My first convention was 1975. In 1975, the question was raised, well, why don't the old people get out of the way and give us the baton? When are they going to pass the baton? Quite frankly, and I think in many ways people feel it's trite, but the truth is we have always been intergenerational. It wasn't the old people that faced the fire hoses and the dogs. It was not. It was the old people who set the plan. Dr. Brown is here. He was 14 years old when they locked him up in Jackson, Mississippi. Okay? So it's been that energy of the young folks coupled with the knowledge, with the planning of the old people that has made this movement work. What do we do now? We just move it on up. Those of us who have grown up in this movement have to remember that there's always new technology that we have to take advantage of. There are those among us who do that better than anybody else. We have to bring them in. We have to be willing to expand our collaboration. We have to reach out. You know, Joe Taker is Win with Women, but bring that in. It's not a competition. Make them a part of us. And so we have to take that energy of the young, bring it into the movement, not set it on the shelf, Don't make them the ushers.
Come on, Mr. Chairman.
Because they sure know how to use the computer better than we do. They can post the stories better than we can. And they've got sense enough to know a story when they see it.
That's great.
Let's drill down on this. And Eldra, I want to start with you and then the rest of the panel. I want you to just jump in because everyone here brings a unique lens from faith, organizing, litigation, technology, like on down the line. And I think the through line here is that everybody here is also a strategist because every organizer is not a strategist, honey, but good strategists are great organizers. Come on now.
That's a word.
How can we better coordinate across these approaches so that we can move with unity, not uniformity, unity?
I think, and before, just to take privilege, as president of the New York State Conference, I would be remiss, everyone is mentioning Dr. Hazelyn Dukes, but to the state conference that she loved and built up and poured up. Hey, New York, how y'all doing? But I think the point about unity, not uniformity, is so important, particularly the dialogue that happens on social media, right? Because what happens on social and out in the public is that people saying, well, how haven't you talked to this person? And, you know, why are you doing this boycott and not this one and not targeting this one? And the point is to be in dialogue, more importantly, to be in community. Right? And so I don't have to talk to Reverend Bryant to know that I might have questions about something, but we're in community, so I ain't going to Target, right? So like that's what happened, right? So when you're in community, you are following along because you have trust and a relationship built with the people that you are serving and the people who are leading within your community. And so therefore, as they put out, as the NAACP put something out, as Joteka sends an email and says, we're doing this now, because we are in community, because we are part of that larger body, that means we follow and we question, we can within, but we don't without, right? And it's how we continue to build power. And that's what the promise of representation was about, right? The promise was that we would elect people, we would have leaders, that they would take our lived experience and they would go in those legislative spaces, they would go to negotiate a budget, and because they had to come back to community, that they would make sure they are breaking down structural barriers, that they are impacting budgets that would benefit the larger community. The problem is that we have put representation beyond accountability, beyond being able to come back to community and say what it is that we need. And so now we're just celebrating the representation of the greater number of faces we see that look like us, rather than the results of, are they passing laws? Are they passing budgets? Yes. Are they breaking down the structural barriers that benefit us in totality and not just a small few or you just individually?
You want to jump in on this?
Yeah, I think what is critical is the re-engagement of the Black church. This is, Chairman Russell, this is the very first time in the history of the movement of Black people that the Black church has not been the center and that a religious leader has not been at the head. The shift happened with the emergence of Black Lives Matter. And the Black church regrettably exposed that it doesn't know how to support something it doesn't lead. And so—
Hold on now, I don't want people to miss it.
Whole word.
Yeah. And so the church has been on the sidelines. The church also found itself in conflict because Black Lives Matter was led and formed by sisters who were same-gender loving. And so the church didn't know how to, in fact, come in and embrace its own daughters. And so the church has got to really have a reimagining because I am afraid, Simone, that data is showing us this is the largest generation of Black people since we've been in America who don't go to church. We're at 27%. It is the largest demographic of Black people since we've been in America who self-identify as atheist, 7%. And so the church has got to really find a way to come back in. In the 60s or the 50s, the media was not asking athletes what they thought about segregation. They were not asking entertainers what they thought about the water fountain. They had to come and walk alongside. We're now living in an era where athletes and entertainers are more influential than preachers because the younger generation doesn't see them as relevant and not speaking to the issue. And so the NAACP has long since touted that the black church has been the heartbeat of what it is that we do, how it is that we move, and how it is that we function. But if the church goes into a self-induced coma, then the generation that is coming won't see the relevance of the black church or the NAACP. Because our seniors, our former president Mfume wrote a book entitled No Free Ride. And in that book, he said, we gave our children everything they wanted and forgot to give them what they needed. And so we've made church, for the younger generation, we've made church an elective and not a part of the core curriculum. And so in any of your churches, your late grandmother would have a fit if she walked in your church and saw how many kids was on a tablet, how many kids was listening to headphones. So they don't know John 3:16, they don't know the 23rd Psalm, they don't know the Lord's Prayer, and they do not know that the NAACP is where they belong. Being a member is really just a luxury. Everybody that black and dies put member to NAACP in their obituary.
Exactly.
They ain't been to no meeting, they ain't paid no dues. They just say that they are a part of it because we're just born into it. But I think that the church and the NAACP are gonna have to be more intentional of bring a generation in who believes that we are not relevant to this age. The reality is, whether you like the church, whether you like the NAACP, they are the two most formidable forces in our community that cannot be broken and can't be compromised.
Yeah. I want to
It's
jump
so
in on
interesting.
that.
Yeah, Joe Checker, go ahead.
So I want to jump in on this question around unity and uniformity, because I believe ultimately our collective power, that is our superpower. I think also it's important to note that everybody should not operate in every lane. That goes for your units as well. Everybody cannot operate in every lane, but you have to have trust that whomever is with you and in this collective with you, that you trust them. Now, I can't preach. I might give you a little word every now and then, but I can't preach like Pastor Jamal Bryant.
You can.
But the thing that is most important is that we have to ensure, it is vitally important that while everyone may not move the same, we have to make sure that we're all moving in the same direction and on the same highway.
Right.
That's what it's going to take to move us forward. And I think we get stuck in this notion that everybody has to be the same. We're not a monolithic people, but we also need to make sure that we are aligned on a united front and a united vision, moving in the same direction, allowing people to operate in the lanes that they operate in and to operate in their excellence.
So what is the practical, the actual lived application of this? Because we could use a number of different examples, but we've mentioned the Target boycott, so I will use that as an example. There are a lot of people who will say, well, who elected Jamal Bryant the leader of this movement? You know, where was the meeting that this happened that we said it's you? Then there are some folks out there that, and El Joy alluded to this, that might say, well, I have questions, but if we're boycotting, all right, we guess we're not going to Target. But then you've got other people out there that want to have an open discussion. And so I hear the unity versus uniformity conversation, but how is that applied? Because it feels like a lot of organizing is happening out in the open nowadays.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
Because I want to take it, whether you talk about unity versus uniformity, when we talk about advocacy, advocacy is about changing public policy.
Exactly. Yep.
And so I want to go back to a point that Eljoy made. We have this theory that the more Black representation we have in legislative bodies, the better off we will be. And that might work, but experience shows us that being the majority of the minority in a legislative body gets you zero, gets you nothing. So you can have a caucus that is overwhelmingly black, but if it's the minority in the minority, it has no power. And the United States Congress today is an example of that. So what's the strategy? How do we increase representation for us that gets us to where our agenda can be adopted and it doesn't always look like us? We have to remember that. We have to bring folk in. We have to be willing to expand.
You're saying the coalition needs some white people?
White people, Latin people.
Get what we need get done. That is the issue.
Whoever we can work with to get our agenda across, that's who we need in the tent.
Because it's about the agenda. And I think that's the part. And to your question about, well, who made who the leader? You know what? At the end of the day, I agree with the strategy. I don't care who's leading the strategy. I'm going to follow the strategy because the strategy is going to lead us to liberation. And I think we've got to get out of ego. Ego will kill us. Ego will kill us as a people. We cannot have an ego and get to liberation. So whomever is leading us, if this is the strategy that is going to liberate our people, if this is the strategy that is going to make these corporations understand that they cannot skip over us, if this is the strategy that is going to tell people you ain't going to skip over Vice President Kamala Harris, I don't care who's leading it, I'm going to get in line and I'm going to follow it. And that's what we got to do. We got to get ego out of our work.
Yep.
I'm gonna add to that, Joteka, because you said something earlier about there is no one way. And if everybody is doing what they are supposed to be doing, because a lot of the people talking about, well, I don't agree with this and whatever, they ain't doing nothing anyway.
Exactly. That part.
Okay? So you're complaining about, well, who made this person do this or whatever, and then when you ask the follow-up question and say, well, what's your strategy? Or what are you working on the way? They were like, well, I don't believe in any of it, right? They're backtracking, right? So while this is going on, there is also what needs to happen in our state houses, what needs to happen in DC, right? And DC is all a mess right now. So then what is happening in your municipality? What is happening in your county? We confuse, and this is a difficult concept for some people to understand about advocacy, right? NAACP, we are playing our role. When people come up to us and they say, well, the kids can't read and do this, and say, exactly, which is why we're advocating for more money to make sure we have a math teacher, to make sure we have reading programs in the schools where majority of our kids are in public schools, right? That is our advocacy role. Charity and social service is putting the Band-Aid on, treating the wound as it is. What we are doing as advocates is making sure the wound didn't happen in the first place. And so we have to stay in our role, in our car that's moving towards justice and liberation, and then the other organizations, the other institutions, and that word institutions is important because, as you mentioned, the falling off of institutions is not just in churches, it's in institutions in general. And it is institutions as to what our ancestors built immediately after stepping off a plantation to freedom, immediately built institutions. They built churches, they built schools, they built mutual aid societies. They built up communities that then became cities and towns and banks, right? They built institutions that would last beyond them so that future generations, their children, would be able to draw from that protection, draw from that wealth that they built. We have disconnected from institutions, including the institution of community, and that allows us to be bankrupt in terms of our political power in order to move our power forward. So connecting with institution, the institution of NAACP, the institution of your own community, right? That is why gentrification is so destructive, because it destroys the institution of community and weakens your power. That is why we are advocates. That is what we are focusing on, and that is our lane.
I want to jump in just one last thing about this advocacy piece, because Eljoy and I were discussing it earlier. Advocacy for public policy doesn't mean that you do a health fair and you take somebody's blood pressure.
That's not advocacy.
Advocacy
oh my God, it got hot. What they say in church? You on somebody's
means-
pew right now.
I'm going to go worse. Advocacy means that you get up and you talk about where the money coming from to pay for the hospital in your community, to pay for the health clinic in your community, and NAACP branches. We got fraternities, we got sororities, we got other institutions that can do scholarship funds.
Speak.
Advocacy in education means that you're talking about what goes on at the school board, at the state legislature, when they're making these crazy ass bills that keep our children ignorant.
That part.
The chairman is.
Chairman said he gonna
Listen, this is.
Talk about understanding the role. I mean, this goes back to the lack of civic education, because I think people have confused. There is not a shared definition of what advocacy actually is in this day and age, and I blame social media.
Yeah, I think that one of the things, Mr. Chairman, that we have to do in recalibrating vision, we have reduced civil rights to shootings and aggressive policing. And so you have a generation that has only seen settlements and not victories. And the reality is civil rights and civic engagement is not just writing a check to the family, but how do we redress laws? They began writing Project 2025 after President Obama was elected. And so they thought with a 25-year strategy, how do we move forward? And as a consequence, we can't continue to be reactionary. We got to begin to plan. So the big, ugly bill that just passed that will go into effect next year, what is our strategy in advocacy? And so we've got to figure out a couple of things. This will be the largest amount of senior citizens who will be homeless in America's history. What is our advocacy plan when 9 million black seniors are going to find themselves without Medicaid and Medicare? What is our advocacy plan when the most educated demographic in this nation are black women? And those who lost their job in the scores of 150,000 to 250,000 black women who are educated and capable are now being unemployed. What is our plan? If they took $500 million from Harvard, $700 million from Columbia University, $300 million from Johns Hopkins, when they start taking money from Payne College and Tougaloo and Tuskegee and Edward Waters, will we wait and wake up call at that moment?
There you go.
1,500 people were let go this week while we were here in Charlotte from the Department of Education. We got to have a critical plan, ladies and gentlemen. When there's no free lunch come next September, are we going to send the church mothers to the school to cook up chicken, or are we going to bring vans from the school to the church in order to cook? So in having a strategy, the advocacy has got to be clear. We are not masseuse. We are chiropractors. So our job is not to make people feel good, it's to straighten them up so America can walk right. So our responsibility is understanding after this, what is the real strategy? And let me add, we've got people who are waiting because we have been deluded into believing that immigration is a Latino and Mexican issue.
Yep.
There are 500,000 Haitians that are unprotected.
There you go.
There are 250,000 Jamaicans who are waiting to see. Ghanaians who are about to be on the watch list. And they want to hear, will the nation's largest and biggest, strongest civil rights organization speak anything about immigration? There is no way we would have this many Jews in a room and Israel not being on the agenda. And so we've got to have an agenda for the diaspora that speaks to advocacy and how do we do trade. This economy is about to topple, But there are 3 stock markets in Africa, and we're saying nothing about it. It requires for us a strategy. The only way you're gonna make money in America is real estate and entrepreneurship. If we are not doing something around entrepreneurship for our young people and doing something about land ownership, we will perpetually be renters throwing rent parties. Only Negroes who get an apartment and have a housewarming party. We got to do something completely different about how it is that we look at our agenda.
Again, I don't know why they gave me any cards and why they even put me. I'm just here to keep y'all on time. Oh, Lord. Okay, let me say this. Y'all do gotta stop with the housewarmings for the rentals, okay? We gotta stop
Leave the
that.
people alone. They happy about their apartment.
Well, we gotta stop that. We gotta stop.
With a
Let 'em
rent
be.
party.
Yeah.
Pay the rent.
Okay. What I am hearing is that and I think we know this, but it's important to say, the strategy has to be specific. And oftentimes, we have strategies with no specifics. And you mentioned Project 2025, and I think it's an important nod, because with surgical precision, after the first Black president was elected in this country, they worked for years to put together a very specific strategy to get what it is that they would like. And then they wrote it down to ensure
Public.
They made it public to ensure that anybody within the movement that maybe wasn't at the meeting or just has the thing on their card was aware of what they were going to do. And then they trained people around it in anticipation of winning. They did some things to make sure they won. I still think we need to unpack that. And then when they got what it is that they said that they wanted, they executed their very specific strategy. And I interviewed the chairman of the president of the Heritage Foundation. We did about a year and a half ago. And he said that, Project 2025 is not about Donald Trump. It is about institutionalizing Trumpism. It is about, he said that this is about bringing the country to this, basically a conservative Christian nationalist movement.
It's white supremacy.
Basically dressed up in khakis and a very nice shirt. So I say all that to say is, do you feel as though our strategies are specific enough? Somebody over here was like, no. And if not, how can organizations, not just the NAACP, but I think the NAACP is representative of so many other spaces and places, but how can all of these different organizations, entities, and vehicles get a specific strategy to do the things that the Reverend Doctor laid out?
So I think I'll look at my president. And
he got a specific strategy. I'm going to be real clear.
No.
Okay.
And that is where I'm going. The issue is that it's not a competition. That we have to bring everybody into the room. So when he calls, everybody comes into the room and they bring their strategist with them. And we understand that we might not have the economic strategist, but somebody else does. Bring them to the room. We may not have the person who can tell us how to do the best educational situation, but bring those people to the meeting so that as we develop that strategy, we're drawing from our collective knowledge, our collective intellect, recognizing that we ain't the only ones in the show.
Let me make it plain for you. Since becoming president of the state conference, there's all of this noise that happens on that level, where people saying, well, there's a meeting to talk about this on the education piece, but so-and-so called the meeting. I don't know who she thinks she is, or she get to call the meeting. Right? The ego that you
Oh, they got quiet. They acting like they don't know this.
Oh, right? Well, who called the meeting? Or
who gonna be there?
Who all gonna be there? Right? Or who else are they talking to?
Or if he there, I ain't coming.
We'll never win like that.
Right? And that's that ego and that, as Joteka mentioned, but also thinking that you are the only person that has the strategy to move forward, and not that, again, that community word, that institution that we are accountable to, that we bring everybody in. Yes, hear from the people that may be shouting and saying, well, we need to do this, and tell me more about that. Why do you think that? Where does that come from? It helps inform you, right? Leadership is not just about dictating. It is listening to people and what they're experiencing. Oftentimes they are lashing out because of the pain they are feeling, because of the poverty they are experiencing. The young people that are calling out for more and disconnecting from institutions, sometimes it's because they were hurt by those institutions. And so the mere fact of you just being able to listen and seeing and being able to discern where is that coming from, and this is the path, and this is how I can bring you in, that helps transform somebody from being on the outside and yelling at you to being the fierce advocate that you need on the battle lines towards our freedom. And so we have to think, as the chairman mentioned, about not just bringing in not only young people, but older seasoned people, right, who have that same hurt. We have to be able to bring them in and not sideline or make them feel as what they are experiencing is not real, but helping them to understand how this is why we're doing this strategy. This is why this is the tactic. This is why we are doing this, and this is what it leads to. And that helps to expand who is on the battlefield. It helps expand our army, and it helps expand and fortify the institution that we have.
Yeah, I
want you to jump in, answer this, and then on the back end, we're going to start our final comments.
Got it. So what I will say is that, let's be very clear. Project 2025, they didn't write it last year. They didn't write it 2 years ago. They didn't write it 3 years ago.
Right.
They're just on implementation and making public what was written many years ago.
Yep.
And to Pastor Bryant, my good brother Jamal's point, we have to begin to be proactive. And I want to give a big shout out to the NAACP for having a proactive plan and strategy. But I also say that the strategy and the meaning doesn't need to always be publicized, because Project 2025 wasn't publicized until they was ready for us to see it.
Right.
So we don't have to, you know, they did say the revolution would be televised, but we don't have to tell everything until it's time. And so it's important for us also to practice discipline as well.
That's true.
Discipline in our strategy, discipline in our message. And one thing that we have to stop doing, we have to stop arguing in front of everybody else. Why do we have to argue the strategy? That's for the closed door meeting. That is not in front of the television. That is not, because they are always going to try to splinter us. I remember when I served as senior advisor to the president and CEO of the NAACP and the head of voting rights. In 2010, we saw more than 200 pieces of legislation that was entered to systematically begin to cut our voting rights away.
Right.
Voter suppression, voting ID laws, all of that meant to carve out to what we see today, mass voter suppression. It is a long-term strategy, and we need to counter with a long-term strategy for what we are building and moving towards. What I'll say in my closing statement, and I have to just lift this up. I know November was very hard for me. I was going through personal challenges, and I want to give a shout out to my dad here. I lost my mother in December.
Yeah.
And we had lost an election.
Yep.
We didn't get the results that we worked for and we deserve.
Right.
I think there's some questions about the results of that election. And I remember being very sad and very down, and just felt defeated. And I got an email from Dr. Hazel-Lynn Dukes. And she wrote, and I want to paraphrase what she said. She said, "Dearest, my daughter, Joteka, you all did, and we did a great job getting out the vote. We did a great job doing what it was that we needed to do." And then she went on to say, and I think this is what I want to leave everyone with. She said, "We who believe and love freedom, we march forward with our heads held high." That's what she said. And I think in this moment, when we think about our advocacy, the most important thing that we can do is to stop asking for permission to do anything but making sure that we are building what we know we need, and to never, ever forget our power. Because the most dangerous thing that can happen in this moment is for us to diminish in our own minds our power. Because we have the power to shift this nation. We have the votes to take over any election. We just got to know and believe in our power. So I just want to close with the words of Mother Dukes, because if she was here, she would remind us that we are the power that we are waiting for.
Thank you, Joteka. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
I just need the folks in this audience to understand that you have to be part of the solution. And being part of the solution means that you are going to refocus. You're going to begin to understand what advocacy is, and tell your stories in your community so that others understand and will join you in working your advocacy plan. We have to get out over that ego thing that Joteka talked about. It's not about me. It's about all of us. And so what I need us to do is to come together at the national level, but more importantly, I need us to be together in our local communities, working on a strategy and an agenda that talks about how people in our community will live, how they will pay for living, and how they will actually be able to enjoy living, not thinking about other folks' strategy to keep a cheap economy so that they can have all the money.
Yep.
And so that your children will be uneducated so they can be the basis of that cheap economy. Because if they ain't educated, we don't have to pay them. So I need that thought process. Get away from the me. Get the NAACP out of your pocket and out of your purse. And think about how we move an agenda that lifts our people up.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. El Joy.
You know, I talk about the Reconstruction period often because I think it is a great in terms of narrative telling, and to talk about our people who were formerly enslaved, some a generation or two from that inhumane period, and what they were able to build with so much less than we have now. And so every time, and this week was tiring, among other times, whether it's losing one election, which does not lose the whole
thing,
you know, the whole thing, I think about those stories of our people that were in the newspapers at that time, looking for their family, looking for their children, binding together, creating community, and then going different places and building institutions. Knowing I can't read, but I'm gonna sit next to my cousin and my child, and we're gonna learn to read together. And then I think about what we have access to now. Even at our middle class, at poverty line or below, have more access to things than they did at that time. And I think that we could be doing so much more. And still, the unbroken thing, the thing that we did not accomplish from the modern civil rights movement of economic justice, there is still so much more to do. And so if you keep that narrative, that's my North Star, and thinking about those ancestors who were able to do that, and that power that we have, right? They understood that I need the political power to be able to protect what I have built, the institutions and the family, our very lives. I need the political power in order to do that. And so there is a reason why everything shifted to focus just on the every 4 elections instead of the local. Because they were making sure, they wanted to have political power to elect a sheriff that would protect them from the Klan. They wanted to have political power to be able to be on the school board so that the schools that they built could get the equitable dollars from the state and local budget to be able to educate our children. focusing and investing in what we are able to touch on an everyday basis, which is on the local government and municipal government, that is our power. And that is why they can disconnect us from that and focus you on a presidential election. Now, having this administration as it is where people feel hopeless, no, go back to the local, go back to the state and rebuild that power, that political power infrastructure where we can have more power to advance our community forward. And then we will begin to see apathy dissipate. Then our community will be able to see the real wins, and their hopes won't be built upon electing one president, but it'll be built on controlling the city council and the state budget and the local municipal budget where we can see real change. That is the North Star. That's my strategy that complements the strategy that our president and CEO has put before us. That is the work ahead.
Thank you, Joy. Last but certainly not least, will you just, the doors of the church are open.
Yes.
Can you give us a final word?
Yes. Thank you. I'm glad to be a part of it. AAA said the best way to avoid an accident is to stay in your lane. And I think that when we do what we're supposed to do, we'll always win. In my closing, I just want to thank the NAACP for pushing the most successful boycott for Black people since the Montgomery bus boycott 70 years ago. We started in February against Target, and people didn't think that we would have an impact or make a difference. But because you got behind it, Target's stock has dropped from $145 a share to $93 a share. Because of your commitment, the valuation of Target has dropped by $12 billion. Because Black people have not gone to Target, the CEO's salary has been cut by 42%. Because Black people have not gone to Target, BlackRock has said that Target is no longer a secure investment. Because you have not gone into Target, their foot traffic has dropped by 7.9%, and their online shopping has gone down by 9.3%. In the words of Amos Brown, there's never been a fight we showed up for that we've lost.
Amen.
Whatever it is that we make up our mind to do, we're going to do it. The only thing I want to ask the NAACP to do is to stay on target. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you.
Give it up for this panel, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all were amazing. Thank you so much. Someone who is not me is going to come up here and close it out, but I just want to say thank you to this panel. Thank you to the NAACP. Thank you to your president and CEO, Derek Johnson. Thank you to you all. Y'all are keeping little Black girls like me employed and hopeful. And the work that you all are doing is critical to communities all across the country. You can watch me tonight if I make this flight at 7 p.m. on MSNBC. Thank y'all so much, and we're gonna wrap it up.
We gon' be all right. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be all right. We gon' be all right. Huh? We gon' be all right. We gon' be all right. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be all right. And when I wake
Please welcome
up,
to the stage Dr. Derek L. Forward, President of the Dayton NAACP branch.
Good evening or good afternoon, delegates. I know everybody is ready to go and get that good labor lunch, but we have one final piece of business before we adjourn. Actually, two more pieces of business before we adjourn. My name is Dr. Derek L. Forward, President of the Dayton branch NAACP and Vice President for the Ohio Conference of the NAACP. And I'm here to read the final credentials report for our 116th convention. And I know we're going to be fired up and ready to go in 2017 in Chicago, Illinois. Region 1, adults, alternates, 10. Delegates, 146. Count by region, 156. Youth, alternates, 7. Delegates, 38. Count by region, 45. Total for Region 1. Alternates 17, delegates 184, count by region 201. Region 2, adults alternates 45, delegates 297, count by region 342. Youth alternates 16, delegates 42, count by region 58. Total for region 2, alternates 61, delegates 339, total 400. Region 3, adult alternates 14, delegates 222, count by region 236. Actually, I'm sorry about that. Delegates is 223 and grand total is 237. Youth, alternates 12, delegates 58, total 70. Total for region 3, alternates 26, delegates 281. Grand total for region 3, 307. Region 4, adult alternates 5, delegates 42, total 47. Youth, delegates 3, total 3. And then for the total for region 4, alternates were 5, delegates 45, count 50. Region 5, adult alternates 72, delegates 488, count by region 560. Youth 18 alternates, 57 delegates, a total of 75. For the total for region 5, 90 alternates, delegates 545, total 635. Region 6, adult alternates 5, delegates 90, total 95. Youth alternates 2, delegates 10, total is 12. The total for region 6, alternates 7, delegates 100, total count by region 107. Region number 7, adult alternates 8, delegates 133, grand total 141. Youth 12. Alternates for the youth is 28, total for youth 40. Region 7 totals, alternates 20, delegates 161, count by region 181. The total for this year's convention, alternates 230, delegates 1,781. Total for our convention for the 116th convention is 2,011. I don't believe I have to move for the adoption of the report because there's no other business before us. And once again, we appreciate, on behalf of the Credentials Committee, we appreciate all of you electing us to serve another year at this particular convention. So we'll see you in Chicago, Illinois, and may God bless all of you. Good day, good afternoon, family. See you.
As we bring this session to a close, please welcome back to the stage Gloria Sweetlove.
Branches and make it happen. Thank you all for being here this morning. As we close today's plenary, let's reflect on the wide array of conversation, the presentation, the bold truth-telling that we've witnessed. I want to thank our panelists and to every person in this room, one, for staying, for showing up in the spirit of urgency, courage, and commitment. Today, we've introduced you to young filmmakers making art as we speak and reflected on the great contributions our veteran members as they work to serve our country and protect our communities. This morning's panel presented us with the question, what does it mean for young people to thrive? The Thrive campaign reminds us that we cannot afford to wait. Our youth need access to mental health, to AI literacy, to opportunity, and most of all, to the systems that believe in them. The time to invest is not later, it's now. Then we turn to culture, the stories we tell, the history we own, the narratives we must reclaim. We are not just defending our past, we are shaping our future. Finally, we are reminded that advocacy isn't a one-size-fits-all. It's the march and the microphone, the policy and the protest. Our elders paved the way with sacrifice. Our youth are forging new paths with innovation. And together, we are building the kind of movements this moment demands. So let me leave you with this. The fierce urgency of now is a call to act, to speak, to vote, to create, and to care with more conviction now than ever. Thank you all, and let's keep going forward. Now, in order to officially close today's program with a benediction, please welcome Bishop Dwayne Walker, the presiding prelate of the Alabama-Florida Episcopal District of the AME Zion Church and pastor of Old Ship AME Zion Church, Bishop Dwayne Walker.
Let us pray. We thank you, O God, for the reminder of the fierce urgency of now. We thank you for President Derrick Johnson and all of the leaders and members of the NAACP for reminding us of the prompting of Dr. Martin Luther King's fierce urgency of now. So now that we have accurately assessed our times, now that we believe in our boldness, now that we are convinced of our courage, now that we are determined of our destiny, now that we have been empowered for our efforts, now we face our future, undergirded by our commitment to go forth as ambassadors for change, knowing that we stand on the convictions of our ancestors who bled, cried, and died to ensure that we would obtain all that we are entitled to as citizens of the country and citizens of this world, to the promises of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We will go forth to fight until justice rolls down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. We will go forth with our heads and hands lifted high and our mouths and lives filled with praise. We will go forth now to return back to our various states, cities, chapters, and churches, fired up to ensure that all that has been said and done would not have been said and done in vain. We must overcome now. We shall overcome now. We will overcome now. We will vote now. We will fight now. We will win now. So now, unto him who is able to keep us from falling and present us faultless before his presence with exceeding great joy, the only wise God, our Savior, be glory and majesty, dominion and power. May he rest, rule, and abide with each of us, both now and forever. Amen.
Thank you for joining us in today's meeting. Don't forget to watch and vote for a winner in this year's Adobe Cinematic Short Film Competition. And join us tonight as we conclude our convention with an evening of excellence. Have a great rest of your day.